Oh, okay. I like that.
I do know.
Good morning, welcome to the Mississippi Board of Nursing. Before we begin today, I'm going to ask Mr. Cummins to lead us in prayer.
Let us pray. Father God, we thank you for this day, and we thank you for loving and caring for us, and seeing us through for another day. We just ask you to forgive us where we failed you. Lead and guide us today, help us make good decisions and do what's right in your eyes. We ask this in your name. Amen.
At this time, by roll call, we're going to do a declaration of quorum, starting to my left.
Drew Calhoun.
Alvino Castillo.
Lacey Gentry, Janelle Moody,
Jeremy Cummins.
Sandra Culpepper.
Janie Clinton, Mary Stewart,
Carly Walker, Beverly Oliver.
Dr. Renee Dotson.
Thank you. And at this time, I would like to see if we can have a request for approval of the agenda. Second.
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor say aye. All right, at this time, we're going to move forward to the open forum and anyone from the public. Okay. Saying that there is none, we're going to move forward with the legislative update. Clinton.
Good morning, y'all. This year, as we go, busy year in the legislation. So first off, we want to recognize Dr. Johnson. She was recognized by, on the Senate floor as well as the House, for her work as being elected as the National Council President. I didn't get to go, but congratulations. That is huge for you personally, as well as for Mississippi. To be national recognized, so we are proud of you. Next things up that kind of went through, let's see, three Mississippi representatives recognized as a licensed nursing professional. So we have Scoggins, Becky Curry, and I can't remember the third. Thompson. So they're nursing professionals as well as serve the state. Here's a list of kind of some of the stuff that went down in session this year. House Bill 620, it allowed nurse practitioners and nurses to administer vitamins through IV in a clinical setting. That died. House Bill 813 and Senate Bill 2672, which was the full practice authority legislation that was out there, that died in committee. House Bill 849 and Senate Bill 2673, which was the CNA version of collaborative agreements. The House bill amended it. It passed through the committee to include the NPs or nurse pracs, but that actually died in the Senate committee. House Bill 927 and Senate Bill 2033 was a midwifery bill that died in committee. House Bill 1051 or House Bill 1415, which is a CNA bill to transfer from the Department of Health to the Board of Nursing, that died in the Public Health Committee. House Bill 1262, which is the military medic converting to an LPN in the private sector, that is approved by the governor. It's going to have some, according to Dr. Johnson, that it's going to take some work to kind of make sure everything gets done correctly, but it has been approved by the governor. We're going to work forward to that. Okay, Senate Bill 2677, which authorized nurse practice to dispense legend drugs to patients. It died in committee. The Fresh Start Act, which was Senate Bill 2248, was one that we were really keeping an eye on. It died on the calendar. This House Bill 1430, which it's kind of a long thing, but it with multiple agencies, but for our thing, it was saying that we can't adopt any rule of policy or take any action that prohibits an APRN from prescribing a drug for an off-label use. That died on the calendar. And then finally, we have Senate Bill 2699, which is the patient's right to informed healthcare choices. That has been approved by the governor. Basically, what that is like Dr. Dodson said this morning, is an advertising bill. So you have to be what you are advertised to be. So if you're a nurse practitioner, you have to list nurse practice. If you're doctor, MD, or DO, you have to list that out. Through the advertising. Pretty much. So as of right now, the session is closed unless they come back for a special session. So we're through.
Thank you, Ms. Clinton. Do we have any questions? All right, thank you. And at this point, Dr. Johnson, it was you that wanted to cover the next subject, the Eli Lilly, correct?
Well, primarily, I had it in my report. It's just for the board of members' knowledge only. You should have this in your packet about a federal law. There was a court ruling dealing with Eli Lilly and the Mounjaro and Zepbound prescription. And the Texas Federal Court basically states that confirms that mass compounding of tirzepatide must end, and on March 10th, 2025, FDA announced that it would immediately begin enforcing violations of Food, Drug, and Cosmetic Act arising from conditions that depend on tirzepatide injection products inclusion on FDA's drug shortage list. That drug is not on the shortage list, and the federal court ruled in favor of the Eli Lilly, and that they own the rights to that, and it has to be basically given for an FDA approved indication. No compounding would be allowed with that drug. Implications for us, I think our rule pretty much covers our licensees at this point. We will continue to monitor this situation as there may be other litigatory acts coming forward in the future from other companies. So I just want you all to be aware of it. It's placed in your packet. I do have the entire federal court order. That's about that thick. I did not put that in your packet, but if you want it, I can get it for you and you can read it ad nauseam.
Any questions? Go. All right, so we will move forward. Next to the Office of Nursing Workforce Report.
Morning.
Good morning.
All right, I'm Leslie Seaton, Director of the Office of Nursing Workforce, and present the ONW report. All right, we'll start with the ONW Student Nurse Retention Scholarship. 22 of those recipients have graduated. One is scheduled to graduate in May of 2025. One is scheduled to graduate August of 2025. 8 of those recipients have completed their work service agreement, and 3 are still to complete their work service agreement this year, 2025. The ONW Nursing Scholarship, the Office of Nursing Workforce distributed $860,000 in scholarship funding. Roughly 1,200 students received those scholarships. Going down to the ONW advisors, 4 of those members are going to roll off in June. Those members are as follows: Dr. Alice Austin, Dr. Bianca Bullitt Thompson, Dr. Mary Jane Collins, and Dr. Alicia Perkins. The applications for the advisory committee nominations are open until April 25th, and we've received 6 of those applications. For MDP, we're currently monitoring 30 nurses in the state. We did have 1 participant recently complete their program in January. Going down to community visibility, we've been busy and going to different career fairs. Velma Jackson in February. We went to the Madison County District Job Extravaganza, which was a partnership with Goodwill and the Mississippi Department of Rehabilitation Services. Mississippi Addictions Conference, the Illinois Legislative Nursing Summit, Northwest Community College LP and Career Expo, Pearl Public School District Job Extravaganza, and Logan Convention. Upcoming visibility, our next event is going to be NATI, February 16th, and lastly, we developed a short survey, the Nursing Student Workforce Survey, with hopes to gather insight from nursing students across Mississippi regarding their post-graduation intentions, perceived employment barriers, and preferred specialties. We started it in January. We have debuted it, so to speak, at the M&A Legislative Summit. And so we're continuing to gather those results, and we hope to have a detailed report at a later.
Thank you, Ms. Higgins. Are there any questions?
Got one. Your survey, so you started in January, is it gonna be for a set time? What's the cutoff date?
We're gonna cut it off the end of this fiscal year.
From year to year, fiscal year to year? Second question on your community disability. Do y'all go to all of the job, like the community college's job fairs, or do you do local? How do y'all pick and choose which ones y'all are gonna go to?
I believe it's just where we're invited and what our schedules can accommodate.
Any other questions for Ms. Higgins? Thank you, Ms. Higgins. Next, we will have the practical nursing education report. Dr. Burks.
For the PN director's report, first thing I have is 2024 practical nursing annual report. And that's a fact. And that it gives information about the PN faculty. It gives you an overview of what the faculty has been, a trend of the faculty for 2021 to 2024. One of the things I do want to highlight, when you look at the faculty, there has been faculty growth at several of the institutions. For example, Jones County Junior College, they went from 8 to 12, Northwest from 14 to 16. Pearl River went from 13 to 15. In addition, there has been some decline also with surgery, and some of that is due to turnover, but to strength, as well as program downsizing. Hines Community College, which covers 3 different campuses, they dropped from 15 to 10, and they've actually covered now, they have 12 applicants. This the coach has seen a significant decline, they went from 27 to 22 thousand. When we look at the adjunct faculty, there has been some variations in trainings when we look at our part-time faculty. We did see some decline, for some of the facilities eliminated their adjunct. East Central Community College, Hines, Mississippi Delta. Mississippi College, one East Mississippi Community College. They briefly had part-time faculty, but in 22, 23, but not in other years. Kahoma and Meridian, they reported no part-time faculty at all in their programs. When we look at admission in these programs, there has been growth. Notably with Northwest Mississippi Community College, they had the largest increase. They went from 188 students to 233, which is 24% rise. First, they grow consistently from 145 to 165. As well as looking at programming, they went from 30 to now 45 students, and they've been basically maintaining that number. There has been a decline in admissions. Mississippi Gulf Coast, they went from 40 to 31. East Central, they've seen a small drop. Southwest Mississippi, they've remained steadily, but they did have a drop in 23, 24. Some of the places where their admission or their enrollment has been consistent is with Kahoma, Mississippi Delta. Hines did have a decline, but they have stabilized, and that decline was basically during COVID. East Mississippi Community College, they did have a peak in 22, 23, which they thought would increase the students, but they have leveled off in 22, 24 year. When we look at completion rate, the different students, they have the autonomy to check their completion rates. However, we have seen that there's been some consistency, specifically with High Lincoln, they've been at above 90%. They had a 90%, 93%, 0.3, and a 93.3% in their completion rates. Jones County, they maintained high success rates. They actually had a 100% completion rate in 22-23 year. And Pearl River did show some improvement. They went from 62.9% to 83.6% in terms of their students completing the program. Ultimately, College State improved. Meridian, they improved. The Mississippi Delta,
They saw a rise in 21-22, but they had a significant drop in the 22-23 year, where they went from 90% to 67% in their completion rate. In addition, hires saw, decline in their completion rate. They went from 69.4 to 58.09%. Itawamba and East Mississippi saw a decline. They've been struggling the last couple of years. Their last reported completion rate is 39%. When we look at the graduation,
The students are able to successfully complete the first semester. They typically graduate from the program in Pearl River. They saw an increase in their graduation from 85 graduates in 2022-21 school year to 138 students in the 22-23 school year.
comes from the college.
They had an increase of 85% in their graduation rate. They had 55 graduates in 2021 to 102 graduates in the 22-23 school year. As well as Northeast Mississippi Community College, they experienced 138.8% rise. They went from 19 graduates in 21-22 to 45 graduates in 22-23 school year. Several students have had a decline. They include Kahoma, East Mississippi, Lincoln, Itawamba, Mississippi Delta, and Northwest. And so, a brief decline in the number of graduates. In terms of the input pathway, the students in Mississippi, they have done pretty well on the in-place pathway. And as you can see, their summary is listed from 21-23. Several of the community colleges have demonstrated significant improvement. Kahoma, Hines, Holmes, Northwest, they show the most notable trends with an increase of 6% to 9.4 over the last year. And when we look at Mississippi pathways and the national, they both show improvement with Mississippi pathways surpassing the national rates of 2023. And which indicates that many of the programs are performing at or above the national average for increased school. And that's the end of the report I have for the annual. And now I'll present the information on the proposal. I do have two proposals to present. One is proposal for reconsideration stipulations for the medical assistant at Elkhorn over the Michigan Gulf Coast Community College. This is for the eligibility for applicants from proprietary institutions. Currently, they have a stipulation for only applicants who graduate from non-proprietary regional accredited institutions are eligible for the program. What they would like to change is, and what is proposed is individuals who earn an MA certificate of registration and have worked a minimum of 3,000 hours within the past 2 years to be eligible for admission to the MATL program, regardless of the institution in which they graduated, provided they meet the program's prerequisites. Also, with their out of state, currently they're not allowed to enter an student that graduate from the MA program out of state and complete their program. But they also request that out of state MA programs be evaluated based on the candidate's certification, clinical experience and fulfillment of the required prerequisites, rather than the strict adherence to MCCB curriculum standards. These individuals must have earned the MA certificate of registration and have worked also a minimum of 3,000 hours within the past 2 years. And I'll just get the information on their current program. Since the approval of the MATLPN program, Mississippi Gulf Coast have enrolled on 3 applicants. The first applicant to complete the new option is in 2024. That person successfully passed the NCLEX on the first attempt and is working as an LPN. In the summer of 2024, they have 2 applicants enrolled, and they are on track to complete the program on time and sit for the NCLEX following their May 2025 graduation. The recommendation is that Mississippi Gulf Coast be allowed to offer the MATLPN option to individuals who complete proprietary and out-of-state institutions with the following criteria. Individuals seeking entrance into the program must have earned their MA certifications
Our registration and the working minimum of 3,000 hours within the past 2 years before eligible for admission. That the Fulton Chairs Coordinator be responsible for ensuring that the official transcripts of the MATL applicants are properly vetted to confirm coursework and credentials by the following vetting process. All applicants, whether proprietary or non-proprietary institutions, will be evaluated to ensure that coursework aligns with the program's requirements and that the candidate possesses the necessary skills and knowledge for success. They obtain employment verification. The nursing department chairs and coordinators request documentation to confirm the number of hours worked within the past 2 years. And also they adhere to the criteria outlined in the previous approval proposal from April 11th, 2022. Would you like to go to the second proposal?
If you don't mind, we'll go ahead and move forward with just this one, and then we'll do the other one separately. So based on what Dr. Burks gave us, do I have a motion to accept these recommendations?
I make the motion.
Anyone that will second it?
I'll second.
Any discussion? All those in favor say aye. Anyone not in favor? Okay, we'll move forward. Dr. Burks, you can continue.
The second proposal requested from Hines Community College to offer a hybrid option for the summer of 2025. Their semester, they will have PNB 1312, and that should be summer 2025 instead of spring. PNB 1312, which is intermediate practical nursing. That class is an 18-week starting May 27th through July 17th of 2025. And PNB 1412, advanced practice nursing. It is also 8 weeks starting May 27th through July 17th, 2025. With the intermediate practical nursing class, the lecture hours total 155 hours. And that they would like to offer 131 as face-to-face. And as a hybrid option, only doing 24 hours of that 155. The lab and clinical, those will be face-to-face as they are now. For PNB 1412, the advanced practice nursing, the lecture total is 155 hours. And they would like to maintain that face-to-face of 131 hours and do a hybrid of only 24 hours. The clinical of 75 hours will be face-to-face. The recommendation is that Hines be allowed to offer a hybrid option for the 2025 summer, PNB 1312 and PNB 1412 courses, while adhering to the following criteria. Adequate resources must be available to support the distance education technology and to provide training without to ensure that they have expertise in the utilization of distance learning technology and that they are able to adapt their teaching methods accordingly. Clinical and lab must occur with traditional experience. Staff provide experience with direct client contact. Clinicals and labs cannot be included as part of the hybrid education experience. That there be ongoing evaluations of courses by staff and students, and that they provide status report to the board at the end of the summer to include completion rates and remediation plans for students that may be unsuccessful in both PNB 1312 and PNB 1412.
So with that being said, would anyone like to make a motion to accept Dr. Burke's recommendation?
Did we get a copy of these proposals? I can't.
Right. Here.
I move that we accept the proposal recommended by Dr. Burks.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Any discussion?
I have a question. The clinical hours, Dr. Burks, in the intermediate and the advanced, being 30 hours in the intermediate and 75 in the advanced, is that congruent with other clinical hours at PM programs across the state?
All the PM programs have a standardized curriculum, so that standardized curriculum that follows the community college board is embedded by them and those are that.
Okay, so that is congruent then,
Yes.
with all other PM programs. So
That is required by NCCD.
yes, ma'am. So help me understand if I were to start this program at Hines. So summer, that's a typo. It's not supposed to be spring under semester. It's supposed to say summer. Okay. So when would I begin this program?
This person's already in process.
Okay,
These are two classes within this year. The PM program is a year program.
yes, ma'am.
They have the autonomy to decide when they want to start. Chines have, they accept two classes a year. This particular class started in fall, so this is their graduating class. So this is not a new class, they are requesting to do a hybrid for the summer courses.
So the intermediate, if I have a student at Hines in this or wanting to do this hybrid option, that student started in fall 24. So their second semester would have been spring 25.
Yes.
And this will be their third and final semester.
Yes.
Okay, so the intermediate and the advanced. They're how does that work?
Because 13-12 is for those students who are continuing. Those are the students that started in January. 14-12 is the students who started in the fall. What happens in the summer is, because the way the curriculum is designed, all of those students are taking the same course, whether they are in the graduating or they're in continuing. These classes consist of psych and maternal child. That's the core for these two classes. What makes them different is that the ones in 13-12, they're gonna take IV therapy. The ones in 14-12 is gonna take transition.
Do they determine the course? Or how is that course determined for them? It's not the same cohort though, right?
No, they're
It's two different cohorts, okay.
Is there amount of time on these courses during the summer that they'll spend? I assume it's online being hybrid.
What they're requesting to do is 24 hours is hybrid. So which is equivalent to 3 days during the summer. Summer courses, because the summer is considered, just depending on, most of them start after Memorial Day and they're going to end in July. So your summer courses are 8 weeks. That's traditional at any level of college. Your community colleges, your higher level institutions is 8 weeks. And so within that time, what they're looking at doing is pulling out 24 hours. The rationale for that is because many of the schools have now gone to a 4-week workday. And with a 4-week workday, they are losing that Friday. And they're trying to figure out how can they get those hours in, and they're requesting to do the hybrid for 24 of those hours.
But typically these schools go through the summer regardless, right?
Yeah.
So this is just for clarification, based on what you said, Dr. Burks. So this is just them trying to make up those Fridays,
Yes.
basically is what it comes down to.
And hybrid for them.
Yeah.
But they're going through the summer, even when it was a 5-day work week. They still were going through the summer in these PM programs, right?
Yes, the summer doesn't change. This
So-
is not changing the summer.
So am I hearing that they're going to be in school during the summer and do the hybrid? Is this in addition to what they already were doing during the summer?
What they want to do is for 24 hours, and hybrid is you do it at your time. They're gonna provide them with instructions and assignments that they can do outside of that set period of being in class from 7:30 to 4 o'clock. For PES, one of the things is most people know that curriculum is very congested in terms of their time in class. Those students are in class from 7:30 to 4 o'clock. So either they're looking at, can they do a hybrid where they can give those students those assignments outside to do? Or how do they expand their day, which many of their days will then go from 8.5 hours to 10 or 12 hours where they're sitting in a classroom. They want to have that autonomy to offer them some of those hours outside of them actually sitting in the class with them.
Okay, so let me recap. I want to make sure I understand this. They're still going to have the typical 3-semester PN
Yes.
program. This is in addition to that.
Yeah.
So this is additional work that they would do on their time
Within
on
the summer,
top of the normal summer courses that they attend in person,
yes. This is not an extra course, it's not an extra class,
just to make up the day.
it's just to make up that time.
Any other questions? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And it will move forward. Dr. Burks, thank you very much.
The upcoming presentation site visit is East Mississippi, that is scheduled for April the 28th to the 30th. East Central Community College site visit is May 21st through the 23rd. For the fall, there are 4 students that are scheduled for the site visit. That is Holmes, Hines, Jones, and Pearl River. And as you can see, we have participation, where we've attended meetings, advisory meetings, symposiums, and conferences. And that's the end of my.
Thank you, Dr. Burks. Would anyone like to make a motion to accept Dr. Burks's practical nursing?
I'll make that motion.
Second,
I'll second.
all in favor? All right, we'll move forward with the executive director report, Dr. Johnson.
And members of the board, staff and guests, I'd like to take this opportunity for my directors of the various divisions. We have some new staff that have been appointed here. And I'd like to start with the investigative division. If Dwayne Jameson, Director of Investigation, could introduce his new staff.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Johnson. Good morning. I am pleased to announce the addition of 2 new staff persons in investigation, and that would be Antonio Austin and John Reeves as our new investigators.
Welcome aboard.
Thank you. And Shan Montgomery, if you would introduce your new staff, please.
Yes, so joining us from a temporary position to a permanent position in operations and finance is Ms. Jameson Mitchell. She comes with experience on project management and streamlining processes, which I need, so welcome.
Thank you. We're excited about having some additional staff here. We've been kind of on the low totem pole for a while, and things look to be going up, especially in our investigative division. So we welcome our new staff, and we are excited about the skill set that they bring to the organization. Going forward, you've heard about the board visibility. If you can look at the PowerPoint, I think it's on both ends here. That has been mentioned. The Board of Nursing remains visible in the community and with our stakeholders. Next slide, please. Save the dates, upcoming events. May 12th through the 14th is the Board of Directors Educational Retreat for the Board of Nursing. It will be held in Flowood at the Sheraton Refuge. You will come in on the 12th, and there will be a reception that evening. And then the educational retreat will start on the 13th, and we will end approximately at 1:00 p.m. on the 14th. And I've spoken with Shannon, and she has a list of the names to make the hotel accommodations. She will be doing that after the board meeting today. So make sure that you receive some type of confirmation within the coming week showing that you have your accommodations have been completed. August 12th through the 15th is the NCSBN annual meeting in Chicago, Illinois. If any of the board members are interested in attending that, please contact Madam President, let her know your interest so that we can arrange appropriately from the staff level. Next. Operation Nightingale remains a force, even though we don't like for it to still be a force. Operation Nightingale, I received a new affidavit. It was dated February, and I received it in March, at the end of March, from the FBI. The investigation remains ongoing. Mississippi had 4 nurses to appear as graduates of this new program, which is Ideal Professional Institutes out of Miami Gardens, Florida. And the affidavit confirmed that anyone who had graduated from this program with a transcript stating they had as of 2016 to present was fraudulent. So we had 4 nurses that we had to investigate. There is 1 nurse that's currently an ongoing investigation that has an active Mississippi license, and that's all I can say about that. But we are continuing to monitor that, and we continue to get information on these schools because some of them not only they're renaming themselves, and they're popping up again. And so the FBI and Department of Health and Human Services OIG office has been very busy. And as you can see, consequences do occur as a result of this, and these individuals have served prison terms and are currently serving prison terms. So there are consequences because this is a major public health safety component. Next. Licensure data. You will see on the licensure data, the number of RNs, 51,637, LPNs, 14,229, and you see the APRN contingent. I will want to bring your attention to the LPN. That is an increase from my previous number. So we were elated to see that there was an increase of LPN licenses in the state of Mississippi. The last information was around 13,000 and some additional, I call it change, but it has increased to 14,000. So we're grateful to see that because that is a pool of nurses that I don't think is utilized effectively and efficiently as it should be. And so hopefully this will be a trend in the future. As to APRN investigations, the professional misconduct, as you can see, is the biggest piece of the pie for our APRNs. Professional misconduct is about 64% of the allegations and things that we contend with APRNs, with practice violations being about 36%. And in March, we had 101 allegations in our investigations intake, so they remain busy. And as far as the fingerprints, we've done 195 on-site fingerprints and mailed 200 fingerprint cards, and that's from February to March 2025. You will see the legal actions taken year to date and what you've been involved in, because the hearings, the ASPs, the modified ASPs, and the admin affidavits, and that's just legal actions for year to date. Compliance, in our compliance division, we have 2 compliance officers and the board, we have 109 board ordered compliances and an MMVP 30 and 1 pending. Next, regulatory updates. I preference the highlighted one, which is the temporary emergency rule, part 2840, chapter 1, rule 1.5E, which dealt with the use of diet medication. Public comment period ended on March the 10th, 2025. And right now, we're pending OLRC meeting to make this from a temporary, I think it was introduced, and Brandon, my attorney, can explain it better than me. But we have to wait till OLRC now reviews the information to see if we can make this permanent. Now, this will expire, the temporary rule will expire in May 30th. 2025. And at that point, if OLRC has not called a meeting, we can put in for an additional 90 days in hopes that OLRC will schedule a meeting to review this so that we can make this permanent. Now, one of the things that I want to preference is during the open comment, the public comment period, there was one public comment from a compounding association that we received related to this new rule. We did meet with the pharmacy board because it dealt with pharmacies. And basically, the information that we have provided in our rule is as it is, and there was no need to change or revise anything in that rule. We'll wait and see what OLRC says, because they have the authority to approve or disapprove, or have us to revise it in any way. So at this point, that was the only comment that was received on that particular issue. And next, looking ahead, we're looking to increase workforce data. We're working on some things internally with the Office of Nursing Workforce and staff to look at how we can increase our workforce data. More to come on that. And we continue to support nurse well-being in the community and just fulfilling the mission of public safety, which is the mission of the Board of Nursing. And that is the end. Any questions?
I have a question, Dr. Johnson. This is actually circling back to the Eli Lilly letter. You know, at the end of it, they have 3 requests. Have you had time to formulate any sort of idea in your mind about responding to that, or how do you?
That's a great question, and thank you for answering that. Each one of the regulatory boards got the same letter. The executive officer for the Board of Medicine, the executive officer for the Board of Pharmacy, and I think some of the compounding associate pharmacists even got this letter. And so I, as the board executive officer for the Board of Nursing, received this. So we met this week just because we all 3 got this to see which would be the best approach based on the information in Eli Lilly. And we looked at those last 3 things. Because there's still some possible pending litigation, we decided at the request of the General Counsel of the Board of Medical Licensure, and I know I've talked to Brandon about it, is the best thing to do now is to not do anything. We talked about doing a joint statement. We talked about doing things with our rules and regulations. I think the rule we have in place, it still says you have to have, it has to be FDA approved. And the thing that allows them to do prescription of compounding now is it can't be on the shortage. It can't be on the, it has to be on the shortage list in order for them to be able to compound it. Eli Lilly took a stand because this medicine is not on the shortage list. And they were losing money. And so that's where it's trickling down now to people are being able to compound if it's on the shortage list. It really is not going to affect our licensees because that's why we don't stipulate specific medications in rule and regulation. It has to be something broad because it changes every day. And so right now we're going to watch it and see if there's anything we need to bring back to our boards to say, okay, now we see this happening. Because right now, Eli Lilly, they can do personal litigation on a provider that's compounded, basically, is what it's gonna lead down to. And so the onus is on the licensee, even in our rule and regulation, to make sure that it's not on the shortage, it's on the shortage list, and that whatever's being compounded, they have to contact that pharmacy to make sure that the API says it is what it is, and they should not be adding stuff to it. It should be coming from the compounding pharmacy. So basically, at this point, it's a wait and see unless something happens, but we have it on our radar to meet and to see if we get any other letters from any of the other additional companies that have the weight loss drugs and other drugs out there for the GLP-1s.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions for Dr. Johnson? Thank you, Dr. Johnson. Next, we're going to move forward with board business. So the first thing is a request for approval of business meeting minutes, February 7th, 2025. Do I have a motion?
I'll make the motion to accept.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All those in favor say aye. Any opposed? All right, next we're going to move on to request for approval of agreed settlement proposal minutes from February 2025. Do I have a motion? Second. All those in favor say aye. Any opposed? All right, next we're going to move forward to future meeting dates. So of course, we have Board of Directors retreat, May 12th, 13th, and 14th. We will have administrative hearings and settlements, June 3rd, 4th, and 5th, beginning at 8:30 a.m. The business meeting will occur on June 6, 2025 at 11:05 a.m. And the hearing panel for June will be Sandra Culpepper, Beverly Oliver. We will need to make an adjustment to our calendar as Ms. Nancy Johnson will replace Mr. Castilla. And Andrew Calvin will start on your panel. Any questions? All right, moving forward with committee reports. The first thing we have is the executive committee. We have a request for approval of ratification of the administrative denial for case number 2025-039.
Make the motion to approve the ratification.
Do I have a second? All those in favor say aye. Any opposed? All right, other committee business. I am going to now refer to Mr. Cummins in regards to the bylaws committee, or bylaws that we were reviewing.
Thank you. The bylaws committee brings a motion actually out of executive committee today that the Mississippi Board of Nursing dissolve the current bylaws of the Mississippi Board of Nursing as advised by the Attorney General's office due to the Board of Nursing operating under statute. Much discussion has taken place around this. It's been confirmed that our bylaws pretty much are meaningless because we have to follow statute regardless of what we choose to write into our bylaws. So recommendation came several months ago from the Attorney General's office that it would be best if we considered dissolving our current bylaws. So today I bring a motion, from the bylaw committee out of executive, committee to, dissolve the bylaws of the Mississippi Board of Nursing.
Do I have a second? All right, any discussion?
Yes, who's on the bylaws committee?
That has been Jeremy Cummins,
The-
myself, and
The executive
The
committee.
executive committee,
So do we have a bylaws committee?
yeah, but it was formulated out of the executive.
So are there things in the bylaws that are not addressed in the code? Is there anything in bylaws, those of you that have been reviewing?
We started last year, Dr. Stewart, reviewing all the bylaws and considering making some very minor changes, such as writing into bylaws that, coming out of the COVID era, not doing board meetings over Zoom unless it's a extenuating circumstance. It was reviewed regarding bylaws of board attendance, such as that. Most of it was what was already written in there. We were just fine tuning it. When we brought it to executive committee is when we were advised that really it didn't matter how we fine tuned it, because that is not what the boards held. The boards held the statutes, and so the bylaws really had no foothold.
Well, I understand that the board is held to statute, but the operations of the Board of Nurse, of this governing board, I understood fell under bylaws.
It should be in your admin rules.
Do you have rules and regs? That's what I'm saying.
Right, that's the problem is the bylaws are an old throwback to either preceding the administrative rules or administrative rules that were midstream, but you have a set of statutes, which obviously are the laws, and then you have the administrative rules. There's no lane for bylaws, and anything that you do by your bylaws could technically just be a process or policy document.
Right,
So
so
there-
that's clear, I understand that. My question then is, do we have policies and processes, procedures to fill in the gaps of anything that is in bylaws or needs to be in bylaws that's not currently in the laws or administrative rules? So I'm asking for, was there a gap analysis, I guess, of what we have in bylaws and what we have in statute and admin code?
I've not done a gap analysis.
Okay. And if so, do we have policies and and there may not be, I don't know. But do we have policies and procedures that give us direction on where those gaps might be?
We can look at it, but what we did look at actually conflicted with your statutes. So those were the parts that we were looking at, and that was a conflict between the existing statute and admin rules. So, but Jeremy and I can flip through it real quickly. My assumption is that everything is already covered elsewhere.
It may be.
Yeah.
I would like to see a document that lays that out for us before because at some point, I mean, haven't we always had, we've always had the law, we've always had the admin code. So why did we ever have bylaws? And how long have they been in existence?
I think they've been there a very long time, but, yeah.
But I mean, I guess I'm trying to understand, I'd like to know, before we abolish something, a little bit more about why we had them in the first place, but more importantly, are we gonna miss something? And if we are, how are we gonna address it before we abolish what we have?
And
Not opposed to it, I'm just saying I'd like a little information.
follow up to Dr. Stewart. You said that when you went back through the bylaws, when you were looking at, you did identify some things that needed to be changed, like the requirements for meeting, being in person as opposed to Zoom. Were those addressed in your new set of rules and regs, or were they already there?
I'm gonna say, we didn't refer to the rules and regs. We were simply looking at the bylaws. And we went through that entire process of reviewing the bylaws and editing what we thought needed to be edited in the bylaws to bring before the board. And when it went to executive committee, we were instructed that that was a waste of time.
Because they're
So,
repetitive.
Is there any room for your, bylaws to have a different nomenclature and just make them rules and regs?
Why don't we look at it first? Because my recollection of what we did look at was already in there.
It's already in your rules and
The
regs.
statutes, that's where it threw the red flag up, is you have all these documents that for the public, because you're a public facing agency. So you got the public looking at your laws, you got the public looking at your admin rules, and what we looked at that particular executive session meeting was something that is in your statutes.
So, I mean, just kind of piggybacking on what she's saying is that, you know, statute basically are guardrails. They give us the boundaries in which we can work. But for any organization, you need a certain amount of flexibility and nimbleness. And that's what your rules and regulations can allow you to do. So, you know, if they're addressed in the rules and reg and you overlay the two and there's no bleeding on the side, then I think the two become one and the same.
Yeah.
I had a similar concern. I mean, as long as we aren't missing anything about the conversion, I'm fine with it, but it warrants, I think, a little bit closer look. Is there any guidance from, I mean, do other state agencies, boards rather, have bylaws like these? Okay.
I tell you, with the concern mentioned, how about I amend the motion that we table this until we can do a analysis of the rules to see if there's a gap there. I'm all for that.
Yeah.
I'll need to amend the
Yeah.
motion because we have a
Or just
motion.
already have, yeah.
Yeah, it's on you.
Whichever you want to approach it, we can just withdraw the motion, or you can just table it
Yeah,
until
we
next
we
next
can
meeting.
table it.
Yeah.
That's fine.
Okay, let's just do that.
So with
We
that,
want to be transparent.
Yeah.
We wanna be transparent.
so with that being said, we will table that until further review. Second. With that being said, we are going to move forward with the compliance committee. Want someone fill it in?
Me?
Oh, okay. Dr. Stewart, go ahead for Ms. Johnson.
Yes, those are very big shoes to fill. Most of it. So, for the compliance committee, just one quick thing before I make the motion or suggest the motion that's coming is that that group has done a good job looking at our criteria for our board approved assessors. We all know from panels that we refer often to assessors to do evaluations of particular licensees. And so they've done a tremendous job identifying some criteria that are, I think, going to strengthen the pool of assessors that we have. And so especially Rebecca's been leading that, and I appreciate her work on that. With that said, and any questions about that? Because I brought it up. Okay, so on behalf of the compliance committee, I move that the board adopt our recommendation on 3 compliance affidavits that we accepted for licensees R914238, R879967, and R879066.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor say aye. Any opposed? It will move forward. Dr. Stewart, do you have anything else coming out?
Not from that committee, no, thank you.
Okay, thank you. And next we will move on to the Advanced Practice Committee, Dr. Stewart.
So we don't have any motions to come out, but I did want to mention that under Dr. Cagle's leadership that we're crafting a guidelines document that hopefully will promote better communication about some of the common issues that APRNs are asking. So for example, I believe, sometimes people call and they want to open a business, and so they think that the Board of Nursing has a checklist for how to open a business, and that's not what we do. So it's things like clarifying that, and then some other more specific things like device utilization. What are the criteria that have to be in place? Just kind of to help facilitate communication with the public. But we have no motions. That's it.
Thank you, Dr. Stewart. Next, we have the practice committee, Ms. Moody.
Thank
you,
Madam President. Yes, we do have to do that. Good morning, everyone. So the practice committee met this morning, and we've been very thoroughly working through all the position statements to make sure that everything's updated and reviewed. We do have one item to bring forward for consideration. It's the proposed position statement on IV hydration. That's included in your packets there. But I will go through and summarize. So state-in orders are not acceptable substitutes for individualized orders. So the shared responsibilities for RN and LPN roles consist of both the RN and the LPN must have an individualized prescription order for the treatment written by a physician, nurse practitioner, or physician's assistant, and a completed client history and physical to confirm the appropriateness of the procedure. Number two, the nurses must possess documented knowledge, skills, and competency to safely administer prescribed IV hydration, nutrient therapies, and medications. Number three, the agencies or the business must offer IV services and establish a on-site policy and procedure for this. And then the RN shall comply with all federal laws and regulations, and that if it's not within the scope of the RN to compound the drugs. Thank you.
Do I have a second on that?
Seconded.
Any discussion?
So,
Oh, go ahead.
I'm sorry. So just to clarify, Janelle, so first of all, I think this guidance is really important. And is this for, I know it comes out of the practice committee, but this is applying to all of our licensees, correct?
Correct. It's gonna be established as one of our position statements for LPNs, RNs, for all. And APRNs, yes.
So,
yes.
okay.
It includes all.
Okay, just to clarify, thank you.
Any other? Oh, go ahead.
Does, so LPNs can hang IVs that have medication in it?
They have a designated list, an administrative code that dictates what they can give.
Okay, so nutrition therapy and other medications?
It's
So-
all listed in administrative code.
Okay, so they can refer to a specific medication before they do this, okay.
Any other questions? All those in favor say aye. Any opposed? So we'll move forward. At this time, I will ask Ms. Gentry, with administrative code, do you have anything?
I'm gonna bring forth. Okay, so the committee is comprised of myself, Mr. Cummins, and Mr. Castillo. We met on March 21st, and we are bringing forward for your considerations a proposed implementation of the Nurse Success NCLEX Scholarship, otherwise known as the NSSP. You will find it at the back of your packet labeled as such Appendix A. The objective of the Nursing Success NCLEX Scholarship Program is to support aspiring nurses, both licensed practical nurses as well as registered nurses, by alleviating the financial burden associated with the NCLEX RN and NCLEX PN exam fees. This scholarship ensures qualified nursing graduates can achieve licensure and contribute to high-quality healthcare services in a timely manner. So our target audience will be graduating nursing students, both PNs and RNs, and preparing them to take the NCLEX RN or EN exam. And the plan is to provide a full payment by way of a voucher of the NCLEX RN or PN exam fee, one-time coverage only, to approximately 300 new graduates in the state of Mississippi. The total cost of our investment will be $60,000, which is $200 per recipient cost of the NCLEX PN or NCLEX RN. Additionally, I believe we did stipulate a time limit on taking the exam. As you'll see on page 2, they must take it within 12 weeks, 12 months of being issued their voucher. And then if unsuccessful, of course, recipients must wait the 45 days to retake the exam at their own expense. So it's a one-time voucher.
So just for a moment, to interject. Dr. Gentry. So what I need to do is at this moment, go ahead and refer to that as the O and W business because I had introduced it as administrative code.
Oh,
So what we will do is introduce that as our Office of Nursing Workforce. So this will fall under Office of Nursing Workforce, the scholarship for the NCLEX.
I just thought I'd bring it up.
no, my apologies. I got excited.
Very excited.
Got excited.
And so with that being said, all right. So with that being said, Dr. Gentry, what I will allow, we're gonna go into O and W
Yes,
and then we'll go back to administrative.
my apologies. I'm sorry.
So with that being said, is that your motion?
Yes, ma'am, that's my motion.
Do I have a second? All those in favor?
May I have a discussion?
Yes, I'm sorry.
With our board, Mississippi Board paying this, do we require the nurse or to work within the state of Mississippi for some time if the money is coming from the Mississippi Board of Nursing?
That is not stipulated. No, ma'am, not in the NSSP proposal.
However, what we could do, and this is just a suggestion, those that work with O and W can follow up with the data on it. So we can at least, because we will have the information of who will be receiving these funds, and we can follow up with the data through that avenue.
Where they go to work after,
Yes.
okay, and then we may amend this after the data is collected.
We certainly can review
Okay.
after the initial,
Mhm.
moving forward of it. And we can review them.
Okay.
Any other discussion?
I don't think we talked about that, but I think that's a good consideration.
Yeah.
I would make a suggestion, it's probably more editorial, but under eligibility criteria, if we could think about must be a graduate of a Mississippi accredited or approved pre-licensure nursing program and include MSN.
Oh,
Because we. do
they
have a
would take the,
pre-licensure.
they would take the NCLEX RN as well.
Correct.
Okay.
So I don't know if you want to list the degrees or if you just want to say approved pre-licensure,
No.
RN, LPN nursing program. But we need to be clear.
So would you like to amend that? Nursing.
With the approval of the committee. Agreed.
It's really clarification.
Yeah,
Because I think it's,
it's assumed that.
unless there is a intentionality to exclude a group, which I didn't get the sense that was the case.
All right, any other questions?
So do we hear a motion
Yeah.
motion to amend? A
Yeah.
motion to
Do we need a motion to amend? Would you like to make that?
Yes. So a motion to amend the eligibility criteria to include pre-licensure program and MSN students who would sit for the NCLEX RN exam.
Do we have to include data collection or should they just do it?
It's going to be tracked, yes.
Yeah.
Office of Nursing Workforce will track it.
Okay, good deal.
I'll second that.
I want to say something. Okay. Go ahead.
Second, or we might not need to just.
If
point
it's
of-
second, then we can have
Yeah.
a discussion.
So she
I
just
just needed
seconded.
to change, I just wanted to change a few.
Motion second.
Oh, yeah, let's just do that, yeah. Let's just second, yeah.
Before a second, instead of adding MSN and blocking it in like that, just like what was said, approval of pre-licensure nursing programs.
Yeah.
Make it kind of simple.
Yeah.
In a second.
All those in favor, say aye. Any opposed? And it will move forward.
I did have a question,
Oh.
but I wasn't.
I'm so sorry.
That's okay. My question is, this is to pay for them to take the NCLEX, a one-time voucher, correct?
Yes.
I just want clarification. And they can graduate from a school in Mississippi, but they can take the NCLEX in another state and be licensed in that state. They don't have to take the NCLEX here. So that take into consideration where you're gonna pay $250, maybe 300, probably gonna be going up. For these many participants, they can go to a school in Mississippi, they can go to Alabama, Tennessee, Georgia, New York, anywhere and take the NCLEX exam. Normally, that's what happens, and then they get a license in that state and they stay there. I just wanted to bring that to your attention, but you all can deal with it because you've already passed the motion, but,
Well-
I apologize because I guess I did not read every single word. But I thought that was part of it, that this would be for people that has to in Mississippi.
That's why I brought it up, because
I
I
just
I
didn't
think they
want-
need to be
Yeah.
required to do it here, because we have a nursing shortage and
Yes.
it's our money.
So I would make a motion that we rescind the previous vote. Is that correct?
Yes.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All right. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye. Any opposed? All right, so with that being said, Dr. Gentry, would you like to reword that motion? for us?
Re-edit?
Yes.
Yes, okay. So we're gonna get it right in a minute. We are. Okay, so I'm thinking that I am going to make a motion under eligibility criteria.
Yeah.
In addition to must be a graduate of a Mississippi accredited or approved pre-licensure nursing program. Number 5.
That they take the NCLEX in the state.
Of Mississippi. We can't stipulate so much.
But we could.
Yeah.
We could.
Okay, if their home state be Mississippi.
Yeah.
Okay, so the applicant is required to sit for the NCLEX RN or PN in the state of Mississippi.
It would have to be their home state.
Then that would be, okay, and that, the state of Mississippi would be their licensure home state.
That would be appropriate.
I just know Secretary Watson will push back on that. Not that you'll have to change it when you go to ORC, but he is really big right now on residency requirements to sit for an exam. And there's good and bad that goes with it. I understand his point, which is if I'm a kid in Tennessee and I want to come live in Mississippi, can't I sit for the exam in Mississippi? But then the bad is we have other boards that have no residency and they become a dumping ground. So there's both sides. I'm just making you aware that when it goes to OLRC, he will ask about it. Not that you have to bend, but just bringing it to your attention about the residency. So it's just a process, not an admin rule?
That is correct.
Okay.
That's just like a scholarship.
Oh, okay.
So it's not gonna be a part of the rule.
Okay.
Very good.
Let's, I tell you what, we, I think at this point, we can table this motion. I just, I'm hesitant. Well, I think this, it bears more discussion. I believe more discussion needs to be. I would feel more comfortable, no?
And we don't even have
I think there's information, I mean, I think there's maybe changes or information forthcoming that's going to change the dynamics of this a little bit. as far as, if NCLEX things are gonna remain the same, or we're gonna be able to cover the same number of people. I think there's some things maybe coming out of NCSBN that are being considered. That's a good word to use, that are being considered, that we probably need that information that we haven't had when we were formulating this. I'm part of her committee, but I'm just saying, I think there's some forthcoming things that are, I think there's more information we can consider over the next couple of months.
Okay,
And then we maybe can bring this back with a lot more clarity.
okay.
If that's,
And I'd just like to say, not to belabor the point, I appreciate the board considering that, because one of the biggest things is the NCLEX fee for individuals that have graduated. That would definitely support them tremendously. I think if it's coming out of ONW, you as the board can determine how you want to do this, because it will change from year to year based on budget. And then what budget is given to ONW, and as Mr. Conley stated, there will be some changes probably coming forth within the next couple of years, especially.
So with that being said, we will table that. Dr. Gentry, is there anything further coming out of ONW?
No, ma'am.
Huh? So moving forward and moving back on track, Dr. Gentry, anything on administrative code?
Okay, thank you. And I apologize again. I got excited again. So Administrative Code Committee, we have nothing coming out, at this time. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have the Finance Committee, Mr. Cummings.
all right, thank you. Fiscal year 25 revenue collected through February was $6,990,980. The current revenue represents less than 1% increase at the same time the period last year. So we're pretty much on a level plane here. As far as expenditures, we've had great success. Our agencies had great success in recruitment efforts. There have been 5 new employees hired since January, and there are no reported resignations at this time. The majority of the expense categories are below authorized budget, based on having 67% of the year completed. So we're running in a good condition there. Overall expenditures in fiscal year 25 are below where they were this time last year. And ONW has released 98% of their funds that have been allocated for grants. So that's very good. On March the 25th of 25, we completed the funding process for the MSTAR grant. It'd be really great to get a report on that maybe next time on the MSTAR grant and how that's been appropriated and used. But that has been completed as far as the funding process. As far as fiscal year 26, the legislature adjourned without passing a budget. So we currently have no funds for fiscal year 2026 as of this date. We pray the governor calls a special session and we get that funding. But as of right now, that's the reality of that report.
All right. So with that being said, yeah, so yes, nothing coming out. Does anyone want to make a motion to accept the finance report?
I move that we accept the financial report as given.
Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All right, we'll move forward. Next, under other business, because Ms. Clanton has already given her legislative update. So under other business, we do have to look forward to board nomination committee for our June 2025 elections. And so with that being said, we do need to have a group of 3. And I would like to make the recommendation of Ms. Nancy Johnson chairing, as well as Ms. Janelle Moody and Mr. Drew Calhoun to lead this committee.
Point of clarification
Yes.
and discuss this. Okay, so where does it say that we have to have 3 members of the nomination committee?
There is none. That has just been something we have done since I've been here.
Okay, so.
So that they have, yes, it is based on tradition of what we've typically done for the last, 8 years that I've.
And how were these names typically, I'm just curious how these names, I don't have opposition to it, but how these names were selected and being brought forward today,
So,
as opposed to being nominated by the full board.
so myself, yeah, so I know that Nancy has done it before, but then we also, Mr. Calhoun is one of the newer members. Ms. Moody, she's about midway there, and I find that it's very important to integrate our newer members into this so that they can start getting their feet wet, so that when it's time to move into a bigger committee, this helps them go ahead and acclimate. So that's why I based my decision on that.
So I don't know why I'm talking so much today, but, I would venture to say that the nominations committee may be one of the more important committees. That does not mean that the newer members do not need to participate. I have no problem with these individuals. I would like to see us do something that is a little more formal in terms of the nomination, selecting members for the nomination committee. I mean, have these people consented to serve?
So have I asked of their interest? Yes. I have asked about their interest. Now, if y'all want to do it a more formal way, we can, but we do need to form that committee today.
Maybe I'm the only one that has a, oh, quiet.
I know, I was thinking the same thing. I thought we were gonna, people of interest would voice their interest and then,
We can certainly do that if y'all choose.
yeah. It doesn't matter to me, but I just, that's what I thought, because that's where,
Can we clarify what the nomination committee actually does? Because I know some of the people have lost.
Yeah, so the purpose of the nomination committee is when nominations are made, they are to take them in and vet them, and they are to clear them with the person that is being nominated. Meaning whether they accept the nomination, and then their job is, once that is done, for the week of June, well, let me take that back, 2 weeks before, they are to submit it to Ms. Whitty to populate that ballot. And then the week of June, they also have to keep track of all the emails and nominations that are made to be turned into Ms. Whitty. But also on the day of the election, they're also the ones that are going back to count the votes. Now, the problem that we've had in the past is if, say, and if there was somebody that was on the nomination committee, they had been nominated, there was some pushback on that. And so I just want to ensure that we're staying in alignment with that. So if by chance y'all want to do it a different way, then I'm up for whatever.
So, I'm like, Mary, for some clarification. So we've got, as tradition, there's no rule reg for it, but as tradition, it's always been a 3-person panel that would take care of that. And if someone was nominated that was on that panel, does that person fall off and 2 people now take over the process? Is it kind of a built-in?
recuse themselves and,
But
Yes.
we still have enough people to take over the
Yes.
process.
or replace them. I don't know if we, I mean, it's a solid, it's a ballot. No names or anything on it except for people being nominated that you vote, so
We're such a, I
I
guess
think
part of,
they could be.
I'm so sorry.
No, go ahead.
I just think about, we're a 13-member board, only 11 people are eligible for these offices. And if you take 3 of those 11 and put them on a nominations committee, that you're kind of shrinking a little bit. So, I don't know, I just think the selection of the nomination committee is.
My question is it a 1-person job or is it a 3-person job? I don't, either way, I don't care, but just to be devil's advocate, why 3?
Lacey, you've served as chair.
I was gonna, and if you need to ensure due process, Ms. Montgomery is in there to count the votes. So it's not just, it would not be just one person counting the votes. Ms. Montgomery is in there to verify the counting of the votes.
And that could be a witness. It doesn't have to be
chairperson. I mean,
Yeah.
you see
Well, I'll
what I'm
tell you
saying?
what, if you're gonna do it that way, why don't you take the board member that's rolling off? You've got Nancy Norris Johnson rolling off.
That is correct.
Let her be in charge of accepting nominations, and then she, Ms. Montgomery, could.
Because we don't have anything formal about what a nomination committee does. We've just kind of done it the same way. we always
That
do.
is,
Right.
But I mean, if that would settle the atmosphere here.
Well, I just think it might give people a little broader sense of freedom. I think maybe perhaps people are interested in nominating or whatever. I mean, and I've not served on the nominating committee, so I don't know how much work is involved.
it is not overwhelming, but it is a matter of keeping up with all the emails and the information as it comes in, because like I said, all of this has to be collected and turned in to the administrative assistant 2 weeks before, so that everything can be vetted out and put on a ballot.
Is it required that all 13 people vote?
No, only
11, I'm sorry.
11 will vote.
Okay, but all,
Are
all
we the
11 have
ones
to
that
vote.
don't vote?
What is that?
Just the two that,
The consumer and physician
okay, okay.
do not vote, and what was that, Carly? I'm sorry.
All 11 people have to vote. They have to submit a vote.
If
If they're not here, they can't vote.
Now, that's another thing. If they're not here, they can't vote. See, that's something else.
Could they vote by affidavit? Like you,
That's pretty much all board business.
Yeah.
That's pretty much all board business. You have to be present.
Yeah. You have to be present.
Is there an application?
My question is, on no other vote do we do affidavits or anything, so I don't understand why we would do that on this.
it's for an officer.
Is that more as important as
It's not
any of the other
secret, I
stuff we
mean,
vote on? I don't care. It doesn't matter to me. I'm gonna be here, so.
Yeah.
Who's rolling off?
Nancy.
Nancy. Okay.
And so I kind of
Yeah, I
lean
I
toward
like
Jeremy,
that idea.
because,
Jeremy's idea.
so with that being said, I will rescind what I suggested.
One of the non-voting members.
Oh, absolutely. We can ask
Yeah,
Dr.
that'd be
Dodson
great.
and Mr. Albino to work alongside her if we. choose.
Yeah, to be the committee, and then that way,
Because we don't have.
yeah.
So with that being said,
Let me ask this question. I'm gonna ask one more question. Is it putting a staff member in an awkward situation for there only to be one board member?
Well, if
And
you
the
have
staff
both of the non-voting members as part of that committee and the person rolling off, that seems less in terms of transparency and non-bias.
I just
that
don't want us to
seems
put a staff member feeling like they're in an awkward position with it just being one board member, one staff member.
Right.
Usually you want a panel of at least three.
Yeah.
You know, and I mean, maybe we need to do, and maybe that's something that we need to put into the rule is
What I was
that
thinking
the
is not
consumer,
necessarily so.
the MD and the rolling off board
Yeah, the
members
non-voting members.
I
and
like
the one
that.
rolling off. Or one of the. ones
make
rolling
up the nominating committee.
Right.
Yeah,
I don't think we have anybody in here that's going to,
But you're gonna consider there may be years that where no one knows all.
at that point, it's gonna
So
be
you
the
don't need to
consumer and the
Put
physician.
yourself in a.
lock us in.
But it still would be the consumer and the physician.
I think what we just need to do is for this time, we need to make up around what we wanna do for this time and look at it, what we've got. So there's no rules and regs on it.
Yeah, that's what I was just
There is
checking.
none.
I mean,
Leave the bylaw.
y'all could do it. The rest of my boards just nominate, like during a board meeting, if you guys are looking for your new chair, they don't even do the committee. They just say, I nominate Mary to be the chair. I nominate Jeremy to be the treasurer. They just do straight nominations instead of a committee. And then other boards that do form committees, it's odd to see, usually the chair has the authority to just form committees. So because y'all don't have rules, which I was confirming with Brandon, is that you're kind of in a weird space. I think it's a good idea to have rules, but that's not gonna help you right this minute. But before I mentioned, you could just nominate right here instead of doing the committee. But process is kind of wide open, but whatever you choose, let's keep an eye towards maybe this is what it needs to be and put it in your rules for it to be this way from this point forward. So the next board behind you isn't going, why do we do it this way? So,
Yeah.
Well, I think-
Well, I know on the boards that I've been on, it's been more like this. You give a window, you nominate someone, and usually, well, with the M&A, you have to fill out a
Application.
application and submit it. And then at the end, they list the names that were submitted, and then we vote anonymously on it. On the two boards, I've heard of.
I don't see a need in doing an application.
I don't either with an
But, I
application,
mean, I think,
but just submit the names and give people time to, like y'all are doing now.
I just think that me personally, there does need to be someone in charge of receiving the names. There
Yes,
needs to be
I
a
agree.
Person that's not biased or
Yes.
that's in there, but someone
Yes.
that you can submit the names to. Nancy would be
Ne-
perfect
I,
at this time.
I think so too.
But I don't want to back ourselves into a rule that we're always gonna do it that way. Because next year might be different, or
Right.
next year might be different.
Well, if we knew ahead, for example, and I agree completely, Jamie, that let's do what we need to do for this year, but then really have some conversation about how we want to move forward, because if we had enough time, if we'd known like today, we could, from the floor, make nominations, then we would have had time to say, okay, I'd really like to nominate you for secretary, and are you willing to, I would know that before I came
Yeah.
up here, and I wouldn't be putting somebody on the spot. And then it gives us between now and the next meeting, and then we just vote at the next meeting. You see what I'm saying? And we can do it anonymously if that's how people want to do it, but, so we take the meeting beforehand to make nominations, even as a group, and then
Email Nancy.
Okay, so with that being said, so let's wrap this back around.
Yeah, I'm
We
talking
gotta wrap
about
this back
later.
around.
There
So-
are other ways to do it other than the way.
And that's fine. I think, yeah, absolutely. Let's review it. But I'm going based off of what we have done in the past, meaning that the president has made the decision to form committees and select those folks. That's what I have done today. If someone wants to do it differently, then by all means, we will do it differently. So I just need to know what route y'all want to go.
I like the route with, what Jeremy said for this year, Nancy, and then the two non-voters.
So with that being said, are you making a motion for Nancy to lead the nominations committee?
I am.
Is
I
there a
move to-
second?
Can we do that without asking her?
I
Sure.
can,
Isn't that how everybody gets in
She's
the?
done it every year.
She's
She's done it every single year.
So do I have a second?
A second.
All those, any discussion? All those in favor say aye. Any opposed? All right, it moves forward. There is one last,
We want to add the other two.
yes, I need to add that Mr. Albino, Mr. Castilla, and Dr. Dodson, if you would assist Ms. Johnson with that committee.
So the committee of three, that called, is that the nominating committee?
Yes, because
Okay.
it would serve its purpose, because with Nancy being the one and you both are non-voting members, it would be appropriate.
I'll make the motion if they accept to put Dr. Dodson on the nominating committee.
I'll serve, I'm fine.
Yes.
All those in favor say aye. Any opposed?
You can't really.
That's right.
All right, so I know we have a very busy day because we do still have two appeals. But with that being said, I'm going to make a motion to move to close to determine if executive session is needed. I've made the motion. Do you second it, Jeremy?
don't need a second.
Okay,
So we just a vote.
so by roll call vote, please, start on the end to my
Just
left.
To go into.
Yes.
Just to go into a closed
Yes.
session to determine whether an executive session is necessary.
Yes.
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 Jeremy Cummins. Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Mary Stewart, yes.
Carly Walker, yes.
Beverly Oliver, yes.
Renee Johnson, yes.
With the closed session, the board would ask for everybody
TJ?
Oh, wait, we've got our mic muted. Is that right?
No, ours was.
Oh, but it's,
DJ, can you announce yourself, please?
TJ Adams, RN.
where is?
DJ, do you hear us?
I can hear you. TJ Adams, RN.
Our volume maybe, because I,
It's mic's moving.
There. He's off mute.
It's off mute now.
TJ, are you able to announce yourself?
He's announcing himself and we can't hear him.
Hey, can you hear us? Test it now. Unmute.
For the second one. If we could, I mean, because we do technically have a forum.
I mean, technically, we've got a forum, so y'all wanted to just resolve that issue for the second one and go ahead and proceed. Tell them just to hang tight and try to figure it out. Okay. Back on the record, are we going to go, we're going to proceed then without this member? Is that what we want to do? Is that what the board wants to do? We have a forum without it. Okay. Let's do that, and we'll get the technical difficulties resolved for the next hearing. As I understand, the rules of the board, the appellate, Mr. Oglesby, his attorney has 20 minutes total to argue. And Mr. Walker, 20 minutes on behalf of the board. And your 20 minutes, Mr. Oglesby, Mr. Gatlin can be. So, if there's no questions from the board, I guess we go ahead and proceed.
Yeah, I'd like to reserve maybe 4 minutes for rebuttal in case I need it. I might won't necessarily use that.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, I appreciate that. Again, ladies and gentlemen of the board, thank you for being here. I'm representing Ben Oglesby. I know that after you have meetings all morning, the last thing you want to do is hear a lawyer drone on. But I understand that under the new rules of the board that you won't have to hear lawyers do this much more. It'll all be decided on the record. But I'm glad that we're here today. We have this opportunity because I do want to ask you to take a hard look at the evidence that's not there in this particular case. Because I think this case has a very real possibility if it goes up to the Chancery Court and then to the Court of Appeals or Supreme Court. There's a very real possibility that this could ultimately create what the board may see as some bad and difficult law for the board to operate under going forward with disciplinary matters, because there's an extreme lack of presentation of evidence here against this individual nurse. And I get the distinct feeling that not just in Mississippi, but around the country, that there are some states that have some difficulties with this business model that Mr. Oglesby was involved in with this infusion process, these infusion businesses. And I understand that concern. And I don't know that other nurses in Mississippi yet have come under disciplinary action. I suspect they have because of their involvement with infusion businesses like iDrip. But I suspect that those nurses that were, if they were disciplined, I suspect that there was much more direct evidence of them compounding prescription medications and admissions in the record and in the file than there are in the particular case of my client. In the case of Mr. Oglesby, he was with iDrip a very, very, very limited amount of time, 3 to 4 months. And the minute he got a letter from the board expressing that they had reservations about iDrip's business model and legitimacy, he immediately stopped working with them and denounced them and walked away from that. And then in that 4 months that he worked for them, there's no evidence before this board that was put on by the one witness. There was one witness for the I'll call it the prosecution in this matter. That one witness said over and over again, she had no evidence to back up a lot of all these allegations, 7 allegations against Mr. Oglesby. In fact, the evidence is uncontradicted, because she said she had no evidence, for instance, of him harming anyone or compounding anything like one of the allegations was he compounded Toradol and Zofran. She said she had no evidence of that. And then Mr. Oglesby testified that he certainly never did that. And then he got out of that business model when he got the letter from his board. And yet he was convicted of all the counts, and it just didn't make a lot of sense to me. And I would ask you to look at that. Miss Jones, Tawanda Jones, was the sole evidentiary witness for the prosecution in this matter. She testified very succinctly that she had access. She only asked for about 10 files, a representative sample of Mr. Oglesby's files from IDRIP. And that when she looked at those files, she never subpoenaed anymore, and she was satisfied with that allotment of files. And that in those files, she testified that she had no evidence that she saw that he ever did anything to violate the compounding rule. And that is at the transcript at page 62. If you want to look, it's there. Page 62, she says she has no evidence he ever did anything to violate the compounding rule. She also testified in the transcript at page 51 that in those 10 files, she saw no evidence that he certainly ever compounded Zofran or Toradol or any prescription medication whatsoever. When asked again about that, she made this specific statement: I don't have any evidence. Oh, excuse me. I don't have evidence. No. And that's at page 41 of our transcript. That's the evidence. And I know the courts like to be deferential to you as a professional body. You're professionals. And they like to be deferential to that if there is some evidence to base it on. But when the sole witness for the prosecution keeps saying, I have no evidence of this count and no evidence of compounding and no evidence of the prescription drugs being used, there's no evidence to give deference to the professional body on. So the investigator, the sole witness for the prosecution, testified that there was no duty on the part of Mr. Oglesby to continually police and go behind the doctor and try to figure out when and if they were keeping up their credentials with the Mississippi Board of Medicine. And I know of no rule that would require a nurse to constantly police every few days and know if a doctor was complying with the locality rule, for instance. That's between the doctor and the Board of Nursing. And yet the Board of Nursing is holding this poor man responsible for that. And the one witness at the trial, at the earlier hearing, testified that she knew of no requirement where Mr. Oglesby should have to police that or have absolute knowledge about what that doctor, if he had complied with everything with the Board of Medicine to that very day. And so, my client, again, he was with this company for a very short time. When the board notified him, they had doubts about this business model and these issues. He got out. And there's no evidence that in the short time he was there that he did any of these things that he was accused of doing. And that was with the admission of the one witness against him at the hearing. There was an interview conducted by the investigator she testified to, where she submitted only a 1 1/3 page synopsis of her questions and answers to Mr. Oglesby when she met with him. Now, I think a court of law is going to look at what she testified to and say, this is just arbitrary and capricious. It doesn't make sense. She said she met with him and talked to him for 25 or 30 minutes. And yet her synopsis of that, and she says of her entire conversation with him, amounts to double-spaced 1 1/3, 5 questions and answers on 1 1/3 page. And I asked her, could that have taken half an hour? And she didn't seem to have an answer. And then you start looking at the answers that Mr. Oglesby is said to have given to her. In her synopsis, she continually refers to Mr. Oglesby as she and her continually throughout that document that was put in evidence. And it shows to me that she apparently, I believe, had interviewed another nurse, a female nurse, taken her answers and cut and pasted them into that document. Now, Mr. Oglesby testified very clearly that what was in her recitation of that conversation was incorrect on many counts. And you can see that in this record. And it was clear that she had cut and pasted from another nurse's interview. I don't believe the courts of law are going to see that as supporting, by clear and convincing evidence, which is a very high standard, discipline against a professional's license, when it's just the evidence looks so haphazard. It's just no evidence there on several things. And on the interview, it clearly is cut and pasted from a female nurse's investigation. I mean, Mr. Oglesby is very clearly not a he or a her or a she. So there's just so many holes and there's just a total lack of evidence. In fact, really the evidence is uncontradicted in the opposite way because Mr. Oglesby testified for himself at the hearing in response to just a couple of questions from the panel and said he did not engage in any of the compounding. He never gave anybody Zofran or Toradol. He got out as quick as he could when he got the letter from the board. And so I would ask this board to consider, you know, obviously this is my client's individual and this is a private matter. I think that it would be wonderful if the board would look at the lack of evidence, reverse the decision just as to my client. And I don't think that's going to affect the board's decisions as to other people who have done more or worse with this particular business model that they're concerned about. Finally, I want to say this, that there was no evidence about specific allegations, all the specific allegations in the, I call it the indictment or the professional indictment of his actions. All of the things that said he did things like compound Toradol and Zofran, like I said, the investigator said, I have no evidence of those things. So that gets us back then to the more generalized allegations of the complaint against him. There were generalized allegations like that he failed to protect the public against a doctor's dangerous actions or failed to protect the public in general. Problem with that is, if you look at the indicting document, bear with me then. Okay, yes, this is in the transcript of the prior proceeding at page 39, line 14. The indicting document that accused Mr. Oglesby of doing these terrible general kind of amorphous things like failing to protect the public from a doctor or bad medical practices. The document that indicts him for those things actually says it is, quote, recommended that medication orders be patient and condition specific to take away the notion of the nurse prescribing medication. So if he's accused of failing to protect the public or giving off the indications that he was prescribing medicine without a doctor's order, the rule that the board has stated to him that he has violated literally says that it is recommended that a nurse do this to remove the notion that he's prescribing medicine. And I will say this, recommended is is not a bright line rule. Recommended is just advisory. And the law has recognized this over and over again in terms of where cases have gone up to the Supreme Court in Mississippi and lawyers have been accused of ethical violations. Where the ethical rules say a lawyer is recommended to do something, that does not support discipline against that lawyer because that is an aspirational goal. I mean, you can't penalize somebody's professional license. You wouldn't want your professional license penalized because somebody brings up something and says here in the rule, it's recommended that you do this because we wouldn't want the notion, which is the second word, which is so weak. You know, if your license gets impugned because you didn't do something that somebody in the rules in a comment recommends to dispel a notion that you're practicing medicine, you're going to be angry. And I'd ask y'all to look at this. The evidence is not there. And I would hope that we could stop this here today, reverse this ruling. Mr. Oglesby has suffered greatly, hasn't worked much since this started. He's upset. He's paid a penalty. He got out really quick when the board expressed that they had reservations with his business model. And there's simply, the evidence is just so lacking. Not only does it not support the decision, but it definitely falls way short of the clear and convincing standard that the courts of law in Mississippi require. And I think the board would be wise to look at this and say, this particular nurse, we need to reverse this and dispel the earlier order completely.
Does the board have any, do the procedures allow for the board to ask questions of the attorneys? I assume.
Yeah, usually it's after we both go.
After you both, okay, go ahead then. Okay, Mr. Walker. Yes.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'll be brief as well, because I'm sure y'all have all had the briefs and have read them and reviewed the file. But just a couple of things to remind y'all of. Everything today is limited to the record, so nothing outside the record. I know y'all hear that every appeal we have, but I would like to get that on the record to make sure y'all do know that. That's in our rules. It's also in case law as well. But the grounds for this appeal, there are 4 grounds that this decision, the panel's decision, can be used to overturn it. One is that the decision of the panel was not supported by substantial evidence. The second one, that it was arbitrary or capricious. The third reason would be that y'all find that the board's decision was beyond the power of the agency to make, or lastly, that it violated some constitutional right or law. Those 4 grounds are what you can use to overturn the decision. If you don't find one of those, then the ruling has to stand. It's been argued that there wasn't any evidence. Of course, I disagree completely. And not a surprise. Mr. Oglesby was charged with 7 violations of the Nurse Practice Act and the Admin Code. I'm not gonna read all those. They're in the brief and in the, I believe it's B5 in the exhibits. You can see all those. 2 of the charges against Mr. Oglesby were that he was practicing nursing in a manner that fails to meet the generally accepted standards, and also that he was practicing beyond his scope. And one of the other charges was that he also violated a rule or regulation. Now, specifically on that last one, 30 Mississippi Admin Code Part 2830, it states the rules. Those rules govern practice of nursing, and there's rule 1.1, I think I have it cited in my brief, states that the RN shall be responsible and accountable for practicing when the scope of practice, as established by the board and according to generally accepted standard practice. In the evidence that was submitted, and I think you'll take this, and it's in the brief as well, you have to look at the evidence as a whole and everything that was presented in the files. He stated one time that he had called to, I think Mr. Gatlin stated that Mr. Oglesby, stopped once he was notified by the board. What he alluded in his testimony that he had called the board to check into it, but on further questioning, actually called the board to, in regards to practice of aesthetics, not IV hydration. So he never called about IV hydration. He was also asked if he was familiar with the rules I just mentioned governing practice of nursing, because rules state that you should be. When I asked the first time, he said he had no idea what they were or what was required of him as a licensed nurse. Asked if he was aware of the requirement. He said, I was not aware. It's in the transcript on page 89. I asked if he knew that he was supposed to be accountable and knowledgeable about the rules. He said, I'm not aware. I have not read the rule. It's on the same page in the transcript. And lastly, he testified, he was asked about his scope, and he said during that time, he did not have knowledge of the rules governing his own profession, which is clearly what 30 Admin Code 2830 Rule 1.1 requires. So if someone is openly admitting that they have no knowledge of what the rules say, I think by his own admission, I believe that was charge 7 in the complaint that charged him with violating a rule or regulation of the board. As far as his scope goes, he was administering IVs from a mobile clinic. There's been cases that have been before that board, but this board that have had the same issue. The patients would select an IV from a menu. There was no medical justification for that. He was one of the most concerning practices, I think, about the whole thing was that he was operating under standing orders, and the standing orders had what came out in the hearing was there was inclusionary I don't want to say this wrong, inclusionary criteria or exclusionary criteria. So you had a standing order that should have been good for everybody, but it was exclusionary for some people based on whatever criteria. That seems to contradict itself to me as a reasonable person, that anything that is good for the general public should not have an exclusionary criteria. As far as the compounding situation goes, and on top of that, he has been a licensed nurse for, at the time of this hearing, it was 9 years. So I think any reasonable person would say, hey, that doesn't make any sense. So as far as compounding goes, there's a federal regulation. It's 21 USCA 353 E that defines compounding and states compounding does not include mixing or other such acts that are performed in accordance with directions as approved by the manufacturer's, label. And it also states that you have to be a licensed physician, a licensed pharmacist or a physician that can do that. And Mr. Oglesby clearly is neither one of those, as he's an RN. He, as far as admitted the evidence, again, this is why I said you had to take this as a whole. He admitted when asked how did those IVs that he was administering become mixed? And he said he had mixed them based on what the clients wanted once he got to their house. And that's pretty clear evidence that he's not mixing by label of the product label, and he's mixing there. He's not a licensed physician. And he's not a pharmacist. So by his own admission, he's guilty of that. That's out of scope. That's one of the other charges. As far as the acceptable standard of nursing practice, we asked if because he had soap notes. There were some of the soap notes that, like I think Mr. Gatlin alluded to, that there were 10 randomly selected records. Some did have assessments on there, some type of assessments, some did not. And when he was asked about that, he said that he assumed everything was good assumed everything was good to go once the intake form was pushed to him. I believe that's in the transcript on 97 and 99. So when he was asked about this, I believe I called it blind in my brief, administration of the IV. He said he did perform a nursing assessment, but it was based off of what he was told. So there was no, he was making assumptions and blindly administering IVs without any vital signs, the patient's condition, no labs. I mean, he had nothing that he had viewed to make sure that anything was done. So without question, this is not a blindly administering IVs. It's not an acceptable standard of nursing practice. This also supports the charge in the complaint that he violated 2820 Rule 1.2R, that he was administering drugs except as legally directed. So the record is full of evidence that supports the charges that were brought against him and the finding that the panel had. Another one was, Mr. Gatlin mentioned this a little bit earlier, that about harming the public. Well, that charge says likely to engage in conduct that harms the public, not that he did harm the public. There doesn't have to be any harm caused in order for him to be found guilty of that conduct. So, I mean, we can look at what I've already said. If you're practicing out of scope by mixing IVs, and then you're administering IVs without any type of assessment or labs, you're doing that against federal law. I would say that's pretty good indication and evidence that supports the charge that he was engaging in conduct likely to harm the public. Things I was going to touch on. The incompetent, there was another charge of not protecting the person under his care from incompetent healthcare practices or practitioners. There's an or in that charge. It's not a both. Does he have a duty to check out any physician he works for? No, I don't think that's stated anywhere. But he does have a duty to protect his patients and clients from incompetent healthcare practices as an RN. There's no duty was insinuated or any other was expected of him as far as the physician goes. It was merely his acts. You know, a nurse is the last line of defense for a patient. So if you're practicing outside of scope, you're not looking at vitals or labs. I mean, I would say that's pretty good evidence that someone's not protecting the public and is from incompetent healthcare practices. There was another case that the board did. It was MBOM versus Jessica Bates. Was doing the exact same thing as the appellant for the exact same company. And she was found guilty of the same things. So there is precedent there. It's already been determined. And not only that, Mr. Oglesby has a history, and this was brought up at the hearing too, of practicing outside of scope. He was receiving an action from the Alabama Board of Nursing when he started an IV on a security guard and he hit an artery. There was no order for that. I believe his explanation was that they did that for training or something to that effect. That's all in the record as well. I mean, so I would argue that their record is chock full of evidence that supports all the charges that against them. And so the decision was supported by substantial evidence. There was a little bit of a mention of it, put it this way. The decision wasn't arbitrary and capricious, for pretty much all the reasons I just stated, including his own testimony proved that he was compounding. He was acting out of scope by doing that because it's prohibited by federal law. He was administering IVs, understanding orders, operating off assumptions. He was mixing and doing things that were out of his scope, and he never performed any labs or knew if any had been done. And he failed to protect the patients from incompetent healthcare practices. I mean, for all the reasons I've already mentioned, this decision wasn't arbitrary and capricious. And so in closing, I would argue that, you know, the panel's decision should be affirmed in full. There's no reason, none of the grounds I mentioned before for this board to overturn those reasons, the decision has been determined. So I don't think that there's been anything to overturn that decision that's been presented. And so I'd rest on that. Thank you.
I would just close by saying that the one witness against him, the investigator, said repeatedly that in all the files she examined, she had no evidence whatsoever she could testify to that he violated any of these rules. You know, compounding rule, any of the things she's asked about. And she admitted she had an opportunity to examine all of the records that she wanted from him. And I think we need you to look at the record closer. I don't believe he ever admitted to compounding anything. He said the way the business model, as I understood it, worked, you would do this and this, but there was no evidence that he ever actually compounded anything, which is exactly what the witness said. And so really with one witness saying there's no evidence that we could find in the file that he had compounded or violated that rule, it is a breach of the standard to hold this man responsible under that testimony. It's just not there. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gatlin. Do the board members have any questions for either attorney?
So, Mr. Gatlin, my question, I'm referencing page 52 of the transcript. You mentioned that the witness did not have any evidence in the files that were reviewed. And yet she could have, all the files. But this says that she spoke to the 10 files that he selected to send to the Board of Nursing.
Yeah,
So,
apparently.
so I want to make sure that I understand, regardless of what she could have done, she took the 10 files that he selected. And those are the files she's referring to in the, I don't have the evidence of this. The file that he selected.
And I think, the burden of proof was on her and the prosecution to prove it. And she said she had every opportunity to ask for more, subpoena all the files. She just asked him to hand over a representative sample. And so he did, and she said she was happy with it. And with the burden of proof being on the prosecution and her testifying that based on her entire observations, there was nothing in there to support X, Y, and Z, it leaves a huge hole in my estimation.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Thanks.
Yeah. Mr. Walker, you stated regarding Mr. Oglesby mixing medications in a patient's home. Can you provide the page that was on? Yeah.
Yeah, it was 101, I believe is where I have that slide in my brief. I hope that's right. Get on line 9, so we follow the standards of procedure. we have a certain order that we mix it in and a certain way to open the vials and then put it into the bag. And then the question was on line 13, so you put it into the bag once you got there, and he said, correct.
All right, so I guess my question is for you, Mr. Gatlin. How does that not qualify as compounding medications?
I'm not, the way he testified to it, I think he was talking about the business model and what they were expected to do, but yet he testified, I thought, that he never compounded and never did that. And that's why he handed the 10 files over. She said she looked at them and saw no evidence of him compounding anything either. He was explaining kind of what he understood the business model to be, but did never say he actually did those things.
Okay, well, I'm reading on line 10. We have a certain order that we mix it in and a certain way we open the vials and then put it into the bag. So when I say we, that includes me. Am I reading that
But
inaccurately?
just, I'll say this, based on my knowledge of my client and what I understood, that was not his intention to convey that, if that's what that conveyed. And I think it is very ambivalent. You know, and that's why he offered the files he did, that he said, and then because in other places he goes through there and says, I did not compound anything. You know, I didn't, I never engaged in compounding, I think.
Okay, the next line 13 says, so you put it into the bag once you got there. And he answered, correct. So that is directly, so you put it into the bag once you got there, correct? That you think, again, he was.
I thought he was testifying at the time. They were asking about how the business model worked. And I don't know that he was, because he went on to say, I never compounded, which directly contradicts. If he was referring to himself doing it repeatedly, he contradicts when he said, I didn't compound, because I know he understands what compounding is. But I guess that's open to interpretation, but that's right. I don't think it's very clear. It's certainly not clear and convincing evidence.
Any further questions from any board members?
So you said that Ms. Jones had this write-up of her interview with your client. That's exhibit B13. Is that correct?
I think that's right.
So I'm making sure I'm in the right spot so that when I ask my question. Is that correct?
B13, you said? Yes.
Okay. So one of the statements you had made was that it appeared that that the investigator had copy and pasted.
Yes.
Do you have any evidence for that?
Well, other than the fact that this is she called him a she and a her in multiple places, which I don't.
I've seen that one time reading through that. Is it a possibility that's just a simple case of misgendering while typing?
Doubt it. No, I don't.
Okay. So the investigator copied and pasted this under your, from your opinion.
Absolutely.
So, okay.
Because there was a spot where she said her and a separate spot where she said she. I don't think you're going to make multiple typos about a person's sex that you're in there interviewing at the moment. I have that accurately reflected that way, and there's not still some cutting and pasting going on.
And I can completely miss it. I see one time where it says respondent stated that her business is a mobile IV hydration business. I haven't seen the second one, but I'm willing to be wrong on that.
And I don't have a pause. I don't have it in front of me. I think there's a she in there in that interview too at some point.
Is it your contention, Mr. Gatlin, though, that this is not, that Ms. That this is not an accurate representation of the interview?
Exactly. He testified, in fact, upon the board's questioning to him directly as he sat here, that he didn't say those things about what he did and did not have. It didn't accurately reflect what he had in terms of emergency preparation materials in case somebody had a problem with an IV. I believe he said I was given, and I can't remember what it was, but that he had some emergency protocols and emergency devices with him. And that wasn't reflected accurately in that little short 1 1/3 page transcript. So he said, I think this must be whoever she had interviewed prior to me. Maybe there's a female nurse that maybe it was Miss Jessica Bates. I don't know. But he said, yeah, that's not the answer I gave her about that at all.
Did you cross-examine Ms. Jones on that matter?
Yes.
I have a question. Can you point, you mentioned earlier 2 or 3 places where the board's witness said that there was no violation. Can you couple of those places in the room? Can you point to me a couple of those places again where you cited where the board's witness said there was no violation?
Yes, absolutely. If you will look. Okay, top of page 41, beginning,
41.
top of page 41, beginning with line 21. And if she had any evidence that Zofran and Toradol had actually been compounded by Oglesby as one of the allegations stated. The answer, I don't have evidence, comma, no.
There was another place, I think.
That okay. She testified that she had no evidence that he ever did anything to violate the compounding rule. That's found at top of page 62. 16 through 19.
Okay, so. In light of that, let me ask, the board's attorney. What is, what would be your rebuttal to those answers? I mean. Be given by the board's witness.
Answer would be the file and the exhibits that were admitted. He admitted he was mixing. But he's an RN. He is not a licensed physician or a pharmacist. It's federally prohibited. He stated, like I pointed to earlier, when asked, how does it get in there? You mix it when you get to the house. Correct. I would say he admitted he's mixing it.
So you don't give any credence to the board's witness saying the things that she said that were just cited.
Well, I'm not saying I'm not giving any credence to it. I'm saying what the file says.
Was she wrong? I think what he's asking, I'm curious about this too. Are you saying that Ms. Jones answered that question incorrectly, that there was evidence or was the?
Yeah, I'm saying based off the testimony in the file and what was given during the hearing, there was evidence that he had done that.
Did you redirect her on that?
I don't know, Your Honor. That may have been after, that would have been during cross on him, so probably not. I don't remember, to be honest. But my rebuttal would be it's in the file that he was guilty of charge, like I stated in my statement earlier. Clearly.
But so you would discount her testimony on those points?
I'm not saying I'm discounting her testimony. I'm saying that if you look at the file as a whole and what exactly I briefed it, the record supports the out of scope practice, the not meeting the standards of the nursing practice, all those charges in there. He was operating under standing orders.
If I might follow up 1 second. I think it's clear that the witness that the prosecution put forward did not in any way support any of the charges. And so now it's kind of more of a generalized amorphous, we think because of the totality of everything, he's just guilty of all this. And I don't think that's going to hold up on appeal on a court of law because of the evidentiary standards.
Just one comment. I found the second misgendering, so I want to give credit where credit is due. It's at the very, very end. So just.
You had me down in my
credit
bell
there.
person. Thank you. I appreciate that.
And to follow up if I may, I mean, there's Supreme Court case law that says the parties on admission meets the burden of clear and convincing evidence.
And where did he admit that? I know you pointed out.
Oh, boy.
Never mind.
At 101.
Yeah. 101, that's right. Thank you. Do any board members have any other questions y'all want to
take a minute to read anything and then decide if you have questions, or y'all tell me how you want to proceed? You're ready to go and deliberate, or?
Are
No,
y'all,
no more questions?
are y'all ready to deliberate?
Okay, do I hear a motion to go into executive session?
I will make a motion.
Second. All in favor?
Aye.
Board will now retreat to executive session, to discuss, this matter and, Ms. Culpepper just pointed out to me that, it's a housekeeping matter, but there are patient names in these records. So this, probably the board, the staff probably should go through and redact patient names before this goes any further, or before it's released to the public. Anyway. So that, and she's right about this. Okay, so the board will go into executive session. voted to come out of executive session and a decision was made after much discussion. And I assume it's okay for me to go ahead and announce that decision. The board, chose to reverse the board panel decision below. And the written order will be more specific, but in some, the board members felt that there was not substantial evidence in the record to support the 7 charges in this particular case, in the facts of the case.
Please read the vote.
And the vote was 6 to 1. So there was one member, I don't know if y'all, that would be me. Dr. Stewart did not, she wanted to affirm, and she wants that in the record. All right. And a written decision will be forthcoming. And I've told the board members, and I want this on the record too, that I'm going to run this decision because there was a lot of discussion. When I draft this, I want to run it by them to make sure that it comports and that I say what the board wants to say. Okay.
Can we take a, I have to.
Sure. No, we can't.
Well, I'm going.
Go ahead. When you don't vote, you don't get to go to the bathroom.
You want to put us on the floor?
My name is Ellen O'Neill.
have been asked by the Attorney General to serve as the hearing officer and to assist the board in this matter. We have before us today an appeal from a three-member panel of the board, the decision regarding Holly Lovett, case number 2021-0351, license number R-880652. Ms. Lovett is represented today by Mr. Doug Mercier, who is here, and the board is represented by Mr. Brandon Walker. Briefs have been filed, and we are here today for the full board to hear this appeal based upon the briefs and oral argument of the attorneys in this matter. Both sides will have 20 minutes. Mr. Mercier, you could divide that 20 minutes between your main argument and rebuttal if you so choose.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Hearing Officer. I think what I'd like to do is 14 minutes for the main, and then 6, but if I finish before that, I'd just like whatever I have remaining to be added to the backside.
Okay, we'll do that. 14, would you? Oh, thank you. Okay. Let's go off the record for just a second. Mr. During the break, we discussed a matter that, they wanted to get the attorneys aware of, that one of the board members here worked in the same facility as Ms. Lovett. Her attorney has talked to, Ms. Client, Mr. Mercier has talked to Ms. Lovett, and she waives any potential conflict there. Okay. Okay, we're ready to proceed unless there's anything further. Mr. Mercier, you are up.
Thank you. This is an appeal by Holly Lovett from the board's final order, which had two charges against her. The first charge was relating to another matter, 2021, for which she was not found guilty. She was found guilty of charge 2. Basically, what happened, she was a new nurse in orientation. I think this is Meridian. She was at her workplace, and she was having trouble staying awake. She was groggy, drowsy, various description for it. She was asked to take a drug screen. She did so. It came back positive for the 3 prescriptions which she had, and also for cocaine and for THC. She said, I don't know what that's about. I don't do that. She immediately went to her personal care provider, primary care provider, who that same day conducted a drug test, came back positive for the prescription medications, but it came back negative for the cocaine and the THC. The board found from the evidence that it had before her that she was practicing, you get the language straight, practicing the profession while under the influence of alcohol or other mood-altering substances, as evidenced by impairment while on duty, while using authorized or unauthorized medication in violation of 30 Mississippi Administrative Code Part 2820 Rule 1.2 F3. Now, there was evidence in the record, both from the witnesses' statements that were there and from Miss Lovett herself, that she was sleepy. That's even in the medical records too. And I'll get to that in just a minute. There was apparently a change in her medications that she was taking by her primary care provider, that the primary care provider said could have caused this problem. What is undeniable is that the witnesses contemporaneously with this said Holly told them that she had trouble sleeping tonight, that she needed some sleep, she needed some caffeine. So the question really, I think, is whether or not the lack of sleep is something that constitutes a violation of this particular regulation because of a change in the medication regimen. This is not something where she was considered to be overdosed on any of her medication. There was a change in the prescription medication, according to her primary care provider, that could be attributable to her being drowsy because she couldn't sleep at night. That's what she was saying. She was having trouble sleeping and needed better sleep. So this is a difference, a distinction between somebody who is taking medications that are controlled substances and they're overdoing it and coming to work versus somebody that's taking medication. The primary care physician has changed the regimen or changed the dosage, and they have trouble with their sleep or getting up from their sleep, either one, and going to work. It's not a matter of someone who is trying to hide an addiction or something of that nature. Matter of fact, she saw her things in the record. She was seeing a mental health provider, I think, every 3 months, and there's never been any indication since she's been seeing him of a problem like that. So the panel then comes back with a final order that gives her restrictions for 12 months, a fine, and then of course your evaluation for chemical dependency, a psychiatric psychological evaluation, and then restrictions for 12 months for single state license, prohibited areas of practice, and that's it. So if you read the record, there's not anything more favorable to say that this was because of the drowsiness, was caused by over medication or improper use of her medication, as opposed to her saying she had trouble sleeping, which is contemporaneous in the records. Let me just go ahead and get to that. In Exhibit B6 on page 17, during the investigation process, Polly Levitt gave a statement, and she said in her statement to Ms. Jones, part of the investigation, I tried to explain that it was simply because of a lack of sleep and a change in my medication made recently. Now, that was the part of the investigation. That was before this hearing. Now, if you look at B7, page 19, that is one of the principal witnesses for the board named Michelle Daniels. Michelle Daniels states there up at the top, on December the 2nd, 2023, I received a call from the charge nurse stating the RN in orientation, which was Holly Lovett, was asleep at the desk and unable to stay awake. Then on the next page, 20, about midway down was another witness statement. And that witness says, about halfway down, she stated she did not get much sleep the night before, that she needed caffeine. Now that, if you look at the date up there at the top, that's 12/2/23. And the one before is 12/4/23. So these are contemporaneous with the event. This is not something she made up afterwards, after she had been reported to the board. This is right then. That's what she is telling people. Now, the board staff with the attorney for the board, Mr. Walker, even recognizes that on page 2 of the brief of appellee, it states about halfway down in her closing statement, appellate again stated she was groggy from having a lot of sleepless nights. This is testimony from her at the hearing panel. Appellant also admitted that she had prescription medication in her system while on duty, which probably 50% of the nurses out there did. That's not illegal. And then on page of the appellee's brief, Mr. Walker states at the top 2 lines down, the documentation of the primary care provider in the medical record states, quote, she reports that she was tired when she got to work and attests that this is likely due to recent changes made to her medication regimen. Now, that's not saying that she had too much of any of her prescription medications in her. It says it's because of a change in it. She wasn't able to sleep. Yes, she had prescription medication. She's required and ordered by her primary care provider to take medications like we all are. She wasn't able to sleep by it. That's uncontroverted in this entire record that she was not able to sleep. Yes, she did have prescription medications in her system. What, did she have cocaine and THC? No, she did not. She was tested and found to be negative. The facility's sample was not confirmation tested. They did not perform a confirmation test on it. The primary care physician tested her the same day, and it came back negative for cocaine and THC. So there's not substantial, clear, and convincing evidence that the reason for her being drowsy or groggy at work was because of her abusing her prescription medication. It's because she couldn't sleep. Now, whether she could have been worried about a problem, a family problem, or anything else, we've all had sleepless nights. But that's not the same as, okay, I'm taking my prescriptions, and I'm also having sleepless nights because they changed my regimen up and I can't get to sleep. I do not believe that regulation was intended to address the situation, hold a nurse to be in violation simply because she's taking what she's told to take by her primary care provider and she's sleepy at work. Now, other than guessing which it was. Was it, was it the medication keeping her up? And is that enough to find somebody guilty of this violation of regulation? Or was it another reason up? She also testified she had marital and children problems at the same time. Was it that? Was it a combination of both? Don't know. But the regulation doesn't say, oh, well, it's ipso facto, if you are taking medications and you appear impaired at work, you're guilty. If that's what it said, it's way overly broad. Now that some of the statements that were made were double hearsay, and I'm not going to belabor the point because I agree with Mr. Walker that this is an administrative hearing where hearsay evidence does come in. But when it comes to double hearsay, that's a different story. You're getting more and more away from reliability. Now, it's not, I will agree with him too, that it's not dispositive of the issues here, but the witness, one of the witnesses I just mentioned, said she received a phone call from an RN, from a nurse there at the facility, who said that Ms. Lovett appeared sleepy. But it's not dispositive. I just want to point out, that's getting to the double hearsay issues we talked about. Now, last, the recommendation for the board had changed regarding appeals. The board applied to the Secretary of State for a change in the regulations so that during the pendency of an appeal, the disciplinary action is not stayed. Now, that went into effect after this panel, not this panel, but the panel decided her case. It went into effect after she filed her appeal. So she has filed her appeal. I'm wrong, excuse me. It went into effect a few days after she filed her appeal, but after the final order. So according to the regulation itself, or to the Secretary of State's office, if I can get to it, the regulation went into effect according to Exhibit E to the appellate's brief. They proposed rule file 12/21/23. Effective date's 30 days after filing. So it went into effect after the final order of the hearing panel. It went into effect a few days before she filed her notice of appeal, which she was given 30 days to do. So during that 30-day period, it goes into effect. And the board's position is, oh, well, that's what applies. My position is, and I think the law is, no, you can't change courses midstream on somebody. They have a set of procedures they're going through for their particular litigation, their matter, and you can't change the rules halfway. But it's even worse because the actual effect is this. She's given 12 months of restrictions, all right? If she is penalized, if she cannot appeal, if it's not stayed during the pendency of the appeal, then does her 12 months begin immediately at the execution of the final order, or does it become effective after this appeal is over? Now, typically in the past,
Just so you'll know, Mr. Mercier, you are at 14.5 minutes, but
in the past, the way it's always been is your 12 months restrictions starts after the appeal. So if that's the way the rules are going to be applied and interpreted, what has happened is the board has added on to every nurse the additional time while her appeal is pending as a penalty. So if her appeal is pending for 4 months, then she's got 12 months plus 4 months. That's 16 months. That's called ex post facto. You're adding to it after the penalty, and you can't do that. That's illegal. It's unconstitutional. Now, Mr. Walker says it only applies to penal statutes. Well, according to Mississippi law, 73-15-29 is penal in nature. That's the statute we're traveling under. That case. Get to it. Is Hogan versus Mississippi Board of Nursing, 457 Southern 2nd, 931. And it says, and I quote, because section 73-15-29 permits revocation of a nursing license, it is penal in nature. Can't say it any clearer than that. It goes on, and therefore must be strictly construed against the governmental agency, parentheses, the nursing board. That's in the original. This is a nursing board case. So yes, it is a penal statute, and it does apply. Thank you. Same with that. Mr. Walker.
Yeah, thank you, Your Honor. I'm not gonna rehash the facts. I think Mr. Mercier pretty much gave you all the facts. She was only found guilty of the one charge, which was impairment while on duty, essentially, by unauthorized or authorized medication. Remind you again that I think it's pretty important on this one that appeals before the full membership of the board are limited to the record. So I'll get into more of that later, but nothing that was presented wasn't presented at the panel hearing and be considered here. There's 4 grounds that the full board can consider in overturning a decision of the panel. One is if the decision was supported by substantial evidence, if that decision was arbitrary or capricious, if it's beyond the power of the agency to make, or lastly, if it violated some statutory or constitutional right of the appellant. The first argument is that it wasn't supported by substantial evidence. Mr. Mercier and I have a fundamental disagreement on substantial evidence and substantial clear evidence, which we've discussed at length. According to the Court of Appeals in Howard, the Mississippi Secretary of State, it states that substantial evidence is something less than a preponderance of the evidence with more than scintilla. So essentially that's what you're looking for. They argue that it was based on, I believe he said it several times here today, the decision was based on hearsay and guesswork, that our 2 drug screens contradict each other, and that it doesn't include any scientific evidence to support the charge. Again, she was only found guilty of the impairment charge. It's also important too, and it's in the exhibits, that she had a previous charge for, I believe, injecting Dilaudid at the time, at some point, injected Dilaudid instead of wasting it. That's in the exhibits as well. So in the Wilson case, the hearing was not bound by the Mississippi rules of evidence, and he's alluded to this as well and agreed that hearsay is admissible. I think we have a disagreement on Ms. Daniels' statement where he refers to as double hearsay. If you look at her statement, she mentions in there, it says upon arriving to facility, it does say he stated it, she received a call, but it says upon arriving to facility, nurse was trying to log into Windows computer. She makes observations after that. It appears that she observed this once she got to the facility. That's the way it reads to me. That's the way the statement reads. That does not observe to me to be double hearsay. Not to mention the fact that is corroborated by other witness statements and her own admission that she was sleepy at work. I don't think there's any dispute at that. She was drowsy and sleepy at work. She stated. And if you further look to kind of offset he argues in the brief, it's argued that there's no medical evidence. Well, it literally, and he said it, her provider literally said a change in medication likely made her drowsy. I think the big thing to take away from this is the charge was that she was impaired while on duty by authorized or unauthorized. It doesn't have to be cocaine. It doesn't have to be meth. It can be oxycodone. It can be her blood pressure medication. Those are authorized medications. She was impaired on duty by her own admission and the medical records that said it's highly likely she was sleepy. regardless of what was causing it, she said it's highly likely that the medication was causing her drowsiness. That all corroborates the statements that she makes, and she admits that, yeah, I was falling asleep. If I was sitting at the computer and it wasn't logging in, I was falling asleep or drowsy. Maybe, I don't want to misquote what she said, but it's in the record. You had 2 eyewitness accounts of that, like I said, plus the statement from her own statement from the hearing, and the statement in her medical record that said it's highly likely. That all supports the charge that she was impaired on duty. If that doesn't meet clear and convincing, I couldn't explain that anymore. That it's definitely supported by substantial evidence. As far as this other argument about the rule change, yes, I'm sure this full board is fully aware of that there was a change in the rules that stated that the discipline was no longer state. And like I said, you have case law that says, and the rules say that the record is limited, or these appeals are limited to the record that was made. In the present case, the arguments made that board staff is essentially imposing discipline on Holly during the time period of her appeal to the full board, which amounts to a much larger period of time under the new regulations.
Where were you reading from?
That, I believe that's in his brief. It's on my brief on page 7.
Sorry.
I quoted Mr. Mercier's brief. Basically saying that we're extending the time period. And I won't go into all the rules and the reasons why this. For one, I'll just state this. That's not a decision for this board to make. That's a matter of law. This is not the place for that to be decided, number one. So besides the fact that it wasn't raised at the panel level, which I understand it's an order, which is why it should be brought here. It's an improper here. It's not a decision for y'all to make. But I'll get to more on that. But that change went into effect on or about July 10th, 2024. It was 8 days before the appeal was filed. That change was already in place before the appeal was filed. The final order came out, but it's not final for 30 days. So no discipline was effective for that 30-day time period. She wasn't, while she had an order, that did not make her time go longer. That did not impose any more discipline on her because it wasn't ordered. And that didn't mean she had to stay under discipline longer. There was no ex post facto has been defined. And if you look at page 8 of my brief, there's several case law on it. It says, the court stated in the Moore case that ex post facto laws are laws which imposes a punishment for an act which was not punishable at the time it was committed, or imposes additional punishment to that then prescribed. Here, no additional punishment was ordered. The order was what it was. Amending the rule didn't make her go instead of 12 months to 24 months. So by the own argument, that amendment can't be ex post facto. It doesn't even it can't. And second, this whole criminal thing, if you look in Hogan, that's also cited on there. The Supreme Court recognized that hearings before the board of nursing were quasi-criminal in nature. And so it says in disciplinary cases related to nursing license, there are no criminal charges. There is no jury trial. See Board of Department of Corrections. That's all cited in there. And it also, I have in my brief, in the Moore case, they hold that more of the courts have routinely held, this is very important, that ex post facto laws apply to criminal matters and not regulatory or civil matters. The Board of Nursing is a regulatory agency. I don't think you can dispute that. They don't apply. It's case law after case law after case law. The Mississippi Board of Nursing is a regulatory agency, holds administrative hearings. Her hearing that went forward on April 8th was regulatory. There's also case law in Johnson v. Atkins that states on appeal, a party must pursue the same legal theory advanced in the trial court. This is not the same legal theory. It's a whole different matter. Like I've already said, it's not appropriate for this board to decide. This is not the right venue. So any argument of that shouldn't be even referenced in any order or any record. It's not relevant and cannot be decided. So in closing, I would just say that, again, by her own admission, she was sleepy. We have a medical record that shows why she was sleepy. That's not in dispute. She was charged with charged with being impaired while on duty by authorized or unauthorized medication. She had authorized medication. And again, with the ex post facto, I don't think I can make that any clearer. I don't think that applies here for all the reasons I've stated. For that, I think the full board should affirm the decision of the panel. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Walker. Mr. Mercier, you have 4 minutes left for the vote.
Let me start first with this, the proposition that Ms. Luther cannot argue that the eradication of the stay after the board hearing was concluded can't be brought up. It is logically, factually impossible for her to have raised that issue at the hearing panel, because at that time, the rule had not been changed. The rule was not changed until after conclusion of her hearing panel hearing down the road. I mean, it wasn't changed until the 30-day period she had to appeal. How could she possibly have brought it up during the hearing? It wasn't the new rule yet. She couldn't bring it up. Now, there is in the record, you've got evidence that she didn't sleep well, contemporaneous with the incident, not made up. You can tell it's genuine. There's no indication of abuse of her medications, despite Mr. Walker bringing up something from 2013 in her past. There is testimony regarding insomnia in the record. So you've got the lack of sleep, the inability to sleep. You've got change in medication regimen, insomnia. So I'm trying to understand, what the rule is intended to address. If it's intended to address somebody that's sleepy because they're having trouble sleeping, I think that's overly broad. If it's intending to address somebody that's abusing either their prescription medications or medication drugs that are not prescribed for them, I think that's what the rule is intended to do. So I think it's being misapplied here. But the other thing that I think we're all missing is she was new at this job. She was in orientation. And if you start a new job and you're there and you never feel good, should you go home? Probably. This is not about patient care. She was in orientation. She wasn't seeing patients. So she's trying to push through it. She fell asleep, got drowsy, whatever it was, groggy. She's trying to push through because she was new on the job and orientation, didn't want to look bad, didn't want them to let her go or whatever. Now, that's different than I think what this regulation was intended to do. So we would ask that you revert the panel and find that there was not substantial evidence, because it's just guesswork. We're just guessing that medications did this to her versus a lack of sleep. So it's just guesswork. That does not constitute substantial evidence. When you have to guess, that does not meet the test. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mercier. Board members have questions for either attorney?
I guess I have one. Oh, this argument about ex post facto application. Be clear on exactly what you're asking the board to do with that.
What, sir?
Ex post facto.
What I'm saying there is that the application here, in her situation, it constitutes ex post facto because they're adding on to the 12 months during the time period of her appeal. So once this is over, if they find that they affirm the hearing panel, then she'll do 12 months. And the time period since the hearing panel to now is more than 12 months. That's additional punishment. I don't know how you characterize it, but it is, because it's discipline's punishment. So it's an extra period of time of punishment.
Can I?
So you're saying with whatever is decided here, then there can be no additional time on her on her, um,
What I
on her-
said,
on her, on the finding of her punishment,
well, no, what I'm saying is, I said in
or
the.
time served, is that what you're saying?
Well, that would certainly be, I think, equitable if that was the decision of the board. But what I was saying was that it's void or voidable, the order is, because they imposed an ex post facto penalty on her. That makes the order
okay.
itself void or voidable.
Thank you.
Mr. Walker, can I ask a question to clarify this for myself and hopefully for the rest of the board too? Hypothetically, if the board affirmed the decision, if this board, full board affirmed the lower decision, does the 12 months begin to run there, or does she get credit for time served?
The order was only for 12 months. I think there was probably an assessment in there. It's in there. But it would be, it's 12 months. It went into effect the day it was. It didn't stay.
So-
It is what it
Has
is.
she been practicing during this time then, or has it been stayed?
She wasn't suspended or anything, Your Honor, I don't believe. I think she had some, whatever was in that order is what she had to do. And I couldn't speak to the compliance part of it because that's not part of it. But the order is the order. I mean, and it went into effect. The rule says it goes into effect that day, so it went into effect that day, it's effective. So it would only be whatever her ordered and whatever that assessment says, I believe is whatever is.
So I'm just gonna ask the question. So has she done any of the other things that was put into that board order, such as the evals, the fine reprimand? Has she done any of that?
I don't really think I can speak to that because that's not part of what the record is. But that would be taking more testimony and getting outside the record.
Well, I think that's just a factual, I don't think that's testimony. I mean, I believe that the board is entitled to know at this point if she's practiced, if she has complied with any of the orders below. Has she complied with the three-judge panel, the three-board panel order in any way?
Has she done any for order?
Is it in effect? I guess what I'm trying to say.
Order is in effect now, because it went into effect based off what's in the record and what we have. Her order went into effect the day it was ordered. The day we had that issue, that written order came back. She appealed that 8 days after the rule change. So the rule change said your order will be into effect if you appeal or on appeals. Her order went into effect. So she's been responsible since the day the order went into effect.
May I address that? The way it's set up now, they don't have any choice. If the panel finds them guilty, then they have to comply with the order. If they don't, they'll be considered non-compliant, and that's another charge against them for not complying with the order. So if they're later found to be innocent, if the full board overturns them, but they've done some discipline that they shouldn't have done. Does that make sense?
Yes,
I didn't word that artfully.
I got you. I mean, I hear what you're saying. Any other questions?
Yeah, I have a quick question for Mr. Mercier. You mentioned in your last few minutes that this licensee was in orientation and not seeing patients. Where's the evidence that she was not seeing patients?
It's, if you read the transcript, and I think it may even be in the witness statement, she was following one of these other nurses.
But she was in a patient care area.
Yes,
Okay,
yes, ma'am. I wasn't saying she wasn't in the hospital.
Okay, thank
But she didn't have patients assigned to her. There's nothing in the record that she had any patients assigned to her.
Well, there's no evidence that she did not.
But the burden is not on her to disprove.
Thank you. She was in a patient care area.
Any further questions from any board members? Is the board ready to go into executive session to deliberate? Do I hear a motion? And Ms. Walker has seconded it to go into executive session to deliberate on this matter. Y'all ready to go back on the record? Okay, the board has voted to come out of executive session. They deliberated and made a decision, and it was unanimous that the board affirmed the three-judge panel decision. An order to that effect will be forthcoming. There's no, we are adjourned, or that's to the end of the hearing if there's nothing further.